Hello, everyone, and welcome in to the stream. Davis Mattek with you here. We're going to be hanging for like the next 3 to 4 hours. Jakob Sanderson is going to be joining the program to begin. Small change of plans. Justin Herzig, he didn't big time me. He messaged me this morning about 6:30, Jacob, and he said, "Forgot I had a golf tournament, man." How rich, Justin Herzig. It's really like getting to see how the other side lives. So Michael Leone will be joining the program when Jacob and I are done drafting the winner. Jacob, how's it going this morning, buddy?
I'm doing good. Incredible definition of big timing that you have, that it doesn't include a day of I'm going to play in a golf tournament. So that's pretty generous.
I don't think that's big timing, honestly, because and the reason why it's not big timing is I have been there, maybe not in the exact same circumstance, but I am 100% positive that someone has been like, "Hey man, will you come on my podcast? Will you come on my show?" And I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." And then I'm getting ready to do it, and I'm like, "Wait, I X, Y, and Z, right? Just many X, Y's, and Z's. I'm fairly disorganized. That's been a real challenge, by the way, in the self-employment journey, is just being like, bro, you have got to get a calendar system going on. You cannot just be flying by the seat of your pants every single day. It's a real issue.
I'm definitely the same. Like I'm almost never, I almost just mindlessly say yes to like any podcast video stream that I'm invited on, and unless it's like actively while I'm in the middle of the workday, I never think of the possibility that like I've already committed to
Myself.
alternative
Yes.
plans. So
Yeah.
I've had to do that for sure.
Same deal with traveling for me right now, because I don't have to ask to go travel. I can just do it.
Yeah.
And so like my wife has been like, "Oh, do you want to go here? Do you want to go?" And I'm like, "Absolutely." And I'm like, "We'll deal with the consequences when I get there." Like if it turns out like a 5-day vacation to the Pacific Northwest ends up being like non-game theory optimal, then it ends up being non-game theory optimal. Before we hop into a draft, though, I wanted to talk about your most recent thinking about thinking piece, because it's been really stuck in my jaw. If you guys do not subscribe to Thinking About Thinking, first off, you definitely should. But the TLDR of the piece is, what if we're wrong? What if we are wrong that all these wide receivers are great picks? What if Terry McLaurin and Christian Kirk are actually bad fourth round picks? What if taking the 50th wide receiver before pick 90 is actually wrong? And I've been chewing on this for 48 hours since it's been out. And I think ultimately where I arrived at is it actually doesn't matter if we're wrong, because the consequences of just getting that buried at wide receiver, it might just be too much to overcome at the end of the day.
Yeah. So I wrote this not really because I woke up one day and thought that we are wrong, but because, you know, as David Kitchen would say, we just don't know. So you never really know, regardless. And also, no matter what is optimal in a one season scenario, what's optimal in the long run might not necessarily be the optimal strategy in the short run. And I think it's sometimes worth considering, if all of the fish are swimming in the same direction, what would be a way that you can divert at least a small portion of your portfolio into the opposite direction. And within that, there are some things that were sort of hypothetical and some things I actually believe. One thing I fully believe is that even within this, we need to draft wide receivers early idea, I do think that it is absolutely wrong that we're still kind of drafting like running back and wide receiver are equally likely to go into our flex. Like, one thing that I've heard a lot is people say, okay, you can do these hyper fragile teams now where you don't start with until like round 7, and you can draft, Robinson, Brooks, and
Yeah, people have probably heard that
Pollard
on this
whoever.
channel. They've probably seen me do it a bunch of times.
Right.
And so I think ultimately what the issue is with that, the first thing is you are boxing yourself into one way the season goes if you draft 100% of your teams that way. And then the other thing is you're duping with a bunch of people who like all the same players and stacks and correlations that you do. So let's say the cabal ends up being right. Let's say you and me and Corain and Peter, we have 35% advance rates. Our teams are the nuts. We hit on, we're totally right about Audric Estime, and he's the 0 RB guy you have. Well, then you're getting to week 15, 16, and 17, where you've got this crazy overlap, and it's basically going to be a contest of who can get a live 18-man roster with a weird secondary stack in. That is not particularly great from a game theory perspective either, because then you're just like, it's like the Josh Jacobs problem from 2 years ago.
Yeah, I even touched on that in the piece where I was like, I went through some of that like sacrilegious article where there was pretty like suspiciously elevated advance rates for like Sky Moore, despite being absolute ass 2 years ago, because it was just like all the guys that were otherwise drafting good teams were drafting him for some reason. I do think the issue, like that type of team, and I mean, admittedly, this is shots fired, but like, I just think that type of team is just straight up not good. I think it's like viable, it can work, but all I keep hearing is like the idea of, okay, you can draft fewer running backs and later, which is like very much fits to like our ideological desires.
Yeah, 5 running backs, and I don't have to take one till the 7th round. Perfect.
Right, but I don't know what that actually accomplishes, because everyone agrees that running backs are underpriced. That's why that's possible to do. So what are you getting if you're like, I'm only taking 5 running backs, my first one's not until the 7th? Like, where are you allocating that additional capital? If it's to wide receiver, I don't really get why I would want to divert capital from I get why I would want to avoid early the underpriced position into the overpriced, more scarce position, because it's going to dry up faster. But just total capital on our rosters, if I'm diverting capital from running back to wide receiver, that's kind of me saying I want to be playing this as though I'm putting wide receiver in the flex. But if we're saying running back is underpriced, I probably want to be putting running back in the flex.
Particularly in half PPR with no bonuses, like
right,
all things being equal, that is a scoring system that favors the way running backs score points.
For sure. So, I kind of went through a number of different ways that I think it could play out. I think that the ultimate takeaway that I had for myself, like how I'm kind of changing how I draft, if anything, is I'm just kind of moving up this like running back window a little bit earlier for myself. Like, I definitely don't want to avoid, in any case, that like round 7 through 10 money zone of running backs. I think that's a zone that I definitely want to live in. But I think I want to experiment more frequently with starting my 5 to 6 running back room in like the ETN Pacheco range, where
those are really the two guys. Those are really the two guys where particularly ETN would have been a 1st-round pick like 5 years ago, and Pacheco would have been a 2nd-round pick. Those are the two guys, and you could maybe extend this to Jacobs and Cook. I think there are problems with both of their profiles. Yeah, I mean, Cook he's like a comfy 4% exposure blanket guy for me. The real thing that I'm doing though, as a result of that, is I am doing a load of elite quarterback and elite tight end teams where I am taking both, Kelsey and Mahomes. I'm taking Lamar and Andrews. By the way, I think there's like a total game theory mind meld thing you can do where it's like, oh my God, is it actually GTO to take Andrews with Mahomes, Kelsey with Lamar, just for like, obviously you're losing a ton of correlation, but you will be getting crazy levels of uniqueness with those pairings.
I just did, what was it? Oh, I just like screwed up, and I was drafting my slow drafts, and I got like confused as to like who I had taken on one of my slow draft teams. And so I just ended up doing a McBride Lamar by accident. And I got to that acceptance stage so fast. Like at first I was like, like, what am I doing? I just lit this puppy on fire. And then like immediately 30 seconds later, I was like, well, that's going to be unique, bro.
That's like, real. That's real. That's real best ball brain. The most best ball brain take I think I can come up with at my level of IQ is that Isaiah Likely is the perfect 2nd tight end with Travis Kelsey, because you're leveraging yourself against the Lamar Andrews teams who pick the same other players as you, basically, because they're going from the same draft slot.
I agree. I just did Brees Hall, Tyler Algier yesterday, and I was like,
Yeah, that is exactly. I mean, yes, that is that's like best ball. That's best ball, bro. 101. We get the frickin' 12, dude. I mean,
God
just
damn it.
miserable. Yeah, you really hate to see it. I don't
Yes,
like that at all. You actually just
no,
wrote another
I
thinking
did
about
write another
thinking
quote.
piece about picking the 112. Which,
Yeah.
to be honest, I think either I am either very susceptible or I just really like the way you write, because whenever you come out with a piece, I immediately start drafting a different way. So I've started doing weird, like very, very weird stuff at the one, like Debo, Nico type stuff. Like I'll just take whoever there pretty much.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I mean that was the
The
idea. It's basically like you're already behind. It's like as soon as the cards flip over and you get the 112, you're at a pretty big disadvantage. I think your best world from there is to try and take advantage of the levers that you have available to you, which is you can build more unique teams, and more like intentionally unique and correlated teams, because every time you pick, you know what your next pick is going to be, which is a certain advantage there. Um,
pure potential. This is bad, not because those pairings are bad, but because maybe 10% of the time you can
you can
get
get
Dell at the 312. In fact, this must just be a function of being in so many drafts right now. I'm trying to max the slow puppy, so I've got a bunch of round one pick X Nico Dell teams going. So I know how many points I would be giving up in that scenario.
So my only concern with taking the Nico 112 113 team, and I've done it, is what I kind of like to do is actually take Nico in like the mid second and then reach on one of Dell or Diggs, because what you do is you trap the other one of Dell or Diggs
All
on the
right.
turn.
I will
And
let
then as
you. I
long
will
as
let
they
you
don't
take
take,
these picks. We are
okay.
we are on the clock. I will let you take them. I really
Um
don't care.
I don't know. I would be fine with either Nico Waddle or Olave Adams or like Gibbs Ayuk. Any of those three like week 17 pairings.
Nico Waddle.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right,
Because
sure. Ship
we
it.
got they play in week 15 or week 16, and then you have the chance to do the that into one of Flowers or Diggs or Henry at the 3-4 turn.
So my professional best ball opinion on this is that this pairing is probably bad because there are teams that are going to exist in Best Ball Mania that have this pairing with a first round pick from
Yeah,
from
that's what it is.
April and May. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't think it's like you absolutely can't do it if Nico and Jalen are the guys you need. You know, it is what it is. But I do think it's this particular pairing is probably my favorite weird pairing is Debo and Adams. That's probably the one where I feel comfortable getting over my skis on relative.
The reason that I like Nico Waddle is that you're like every one of these wide receiver pairings at the end is like a worse version of the wide receiver pairing from the front, but you're taking the fight more directly because there will be Hill Collins teams, and at least Waddle you're getting direct leverage off the Hill Collins team. And it makes like actual logical sense because they play each other in the playoff weeks, and then you set up yourself for Nico to get paired with um one of Zay or Henry potentially, and any team that has Nico Waddle from the front end or has Hill Nico from the front end, pretty unlikely to have Zay or Henry on that team, I think.
Bradley, I think this one is in particular probably the worst one to do at the 12-13 turn because not only do you have Devonta occasionally being at the 2-3 turn, but there are teams getting this with Jalen Hurts in the 5th round where it's just like you are at that point you are up against a real avalanche. What are your thoughts on Marvin Harrison Jr.? I mean, I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is he's the most exemplary change in ADP based on what fantasy football has been for the entirety of my life. The idea that a rookie wide receiver in like a fairly crowded target share, like he plays with other good players who are going to earn targets. I think it's very hard for me to imagine him paying off his ADP cumulatively. Like, do I think he can finish the wide receiver 9? I think it's hard for him to do that. Obviously, though, he will have insane spike week potential and could totally be the guy you need in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly could be fine. My issue with Harrison, and I haven't taken a ton of him, and I haven't taken a ton of London, is not really because of them. It's just like I had said, if I'm big at the 112, I kind of want to start up with a clearly like pro correlation team or a unique team, or ideally both. Kind of hard to do that with those guys, and I just don't think that they're like obviously better picks than 8 other wide receivers that go directly after them. And so for me, I just don't think that this weird game where we're assigned certain slots and we have to do the things we have to do, I don't know that this is the game for them. I'd rather just kind of get max to them otherwise. I do think Harrison is pretty clearly overpriced, but I don't know. I mean, by the time you get to the playoff weeks, he could easily
and
top 8 receivers.
Some guy like him being overpriced, like it doesn't even matter because I'm not wanting to have a 0% position on him. So it's like, what? Oh, sure, maybe he is overpriced relative to his median projection. But what is that? What does that even matter? All right,
the best with him is anytime you can manage to get him and Puka together. That just feels like such a nice win out of the gate.
Yeah. All right, we are about up on the clock. None of these quarterbacks matter for us. Pacheco's there by ADP. Christian Kirk, or my ranking has Amari there. What do you think?
Correlated.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with him. I'd be fine with correlated Amari. Who else wide receivers? Is that actually the best wide receivers here?
Best wide receivers by ADP: Amari, T, Kirk,
right.
McLaurin.
I'd be fine with Amari because we got that there, and then I don't know. What do you say to the big dog? We got a little double correlation out of the gate here.
Sure. I mean, I think I literally took Big Dog for the very first time yesterday, and I feel pretty ambivalent about it. I don't think he's a particularly good pick. He obviously fits the scoring system very well, and a guy that I probably would feel pretty stupid to have like a stone cold 100% fade on, but not making him a big part of my portfolio.
What's the sheet? Is that 2%? 2% exposure sheet? I think I have a 2% exposure sheet.
2% exposure sheet, 1% 1% exposure beach towel, and the 4% exposure comfy blanket. Yeah.
I agree with that for sure. I think I cursed myself by writing that 112 article, because since writing that, I think I've now been on like 3 different streams since and gotten the 112, all of them. So it's
really brutal, because then you just are like, you're excited. You're like, oh man, I can't wait to draft. Like, we're going to take all these good players. And you just immediately, you're like, shit, well, I guess we're going to have a bad time. The expected value of this team is much lower than you want it to be.
Oh man.
Look
at this. What we got here is we have a beautifully correlated team that projects about 30% worse than every other team in the field. So, can we make it up? We'll see.
Are you still drafting Justin Fields? There was a point where Fields was my second most drafted quarterback. I have backed off of that a good bit now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to take like an absurd amount, but I will definitely be higher than 8% Justin Fields. It's hard to get much higher than that, just based on like, he really only fits certain teams. But Paul wants to fix your stream over. I assume he wants the little Mattek logo not to cover our team. He also probably wants the K to show up in your name, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So this is Zach Lanners is going to be, we're going to be fixing and changing it around, but I have got a couple affiliate deals that are pending. We need some signatures on some dotted lines. And so basically I'm just waiting to get those done so that we can add, kind of like how Pete has the various logos and things. And also, there's ways for me to chop and change these windows that everyone is seeing, but I just have not gotten there yet. The YouTube journey, we are new on YouTube journey. Like I don't even add timestamps and end cards to these videos yet, which is basically mandatory. You know, my vidIQ subscription is telling me that I need to be doing these things. So that will definitely get there. CLN 2013 says Silver Lightning in the 5 spot is auto drafting off the ETR ranks. That's good alpha. It's good alpha to know.
Wow, good to know. Man, Sam Laporta at 44. I've got him, I think, around there yesterday.
Yeah,
too.
I was gonna say
He's
that's
becoming
like equilibrium.
draftable in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean when Laporta, I cannot take Laporta over Kelsey, but after Kelsey, sure. I mean, why not? Yeah, then he starts to become a better option. All right. By ADP, I suppose there are a couple. This is where the wide receiver stuff starts to get a little bit thin.
Yeah.
Obviously, by my rankings, it is going to be Worthy and Pitts, both of who have a decent chance of being there.
Yeah. So the big decision point here, I think, is if we're going to do Stroud, we have to do it this turn most likely because neither the Diggs or Dell drafter has taken a quarterback yet. So I don't think we're going to get treated to a 7-8 turn.
Well, but Richardson is still
Stroud.
there.
Yeah, we can do Richardson unstacked, which would be fine. With
No, I mean the Diggs or Dell drafter might opt for him instead. I don't.
Yeah, but they're not going to pass him up in like the late 7th. Like we.
All right, you're driving
All
the
right,
ship
Pitts,
here.
Pitts for sure. Definitely doing Pitts.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I think the question is like, do we want Stroud here? Or do we care? If we don't care, then we can.
I don't think we want Stroud. We've got enough backdoor quarterback stuff set up.
All right, let's do Hopkinson.
All right, bang, Kyle Pitts, DeAndre Hopkins. I'm becoming.
Or do you want to do Rashee Rice? Oh, too late.
Too late. Yeah, I should have done Rashee Rice. Was he there? He was there. Yeah, I would have taken I would have taken him there. Yeah, this is the thing. 6th round Stroud teams, I put it in the same bucket as some of these other, like I've seen Stroud go pick 87 enough times or pick 82 enough times that I just can't take him at 61. I think that, yeah. Rashee was gone. Rashee went at 54. So
the issue for us is like it doesn't actually matter if he's not taking 64 Stroud because like I'm quite willing to bet that either him or his friend over there is taking 81 or 82 Stroud.
Yeah.
So from our perspective, it's mostly immaterial. I do agree. That's the one thing that I like about like I mentioned, I think off the top was if you do the Nico in the second, like mid-second, kind of where he actually goes, and then the guy that you reach on is Dell or Diggs, and you take the first of the two of them, then you're in a really nice spot because you're daring the guy with one Houston wide receiver to take him at the 5-6 turn. And if he doesn't, then he's boxed out, and you can just do what Corey just did, which is not take him at 64 because the guy at 63 passed on him, us at 61 passed on him, and then either someone is making a severely suboptimal pick or he just gets the free roll collecting him at 81, which is I think the position you really want to be in with Stroud. You can pretty reliably get him into the mid to late 7th if you do it that way.
Every once in a while you'll see it though. This is where having the draft board view is pulled up is nice, which I don't, I only ever do when I'm on stream, is you can pay attention to some of those things and you can find yourself in a position where you can really push Stroud. In fact, I did get an 8th round Stroud in a fast puppy yesterday, which is like, I mean, that is probably the equilibrium of where he should be picked. So it feels pretty nice to be able to do that.
I don't agree with the should be picked thing. I think that this fall is bizarre. I'm participating in it because I've gotten 7th round Stroud enough times that I don't want to do 6th round Stroud anymore because I don't want to compete with 7th round Stroud. But I'm unsubscribing from the CJ Stroud is overvalued cabal take. I think he was priced perfectly fine.
No, I think this is the comparison that I come back to, which is that he was not that dissimilar and in fact ran way less than rookie year Trevor Lawrence. And I thought Trevor Lawrence was overpriced where he
mean
went.
Second year Trevor Lawrence. Rookie year Trevor Lawrence was like basically like Achilles Smith.
Oh yeah, this that's what I get for quickly tabbing over. That was second year Trevor Lawrence. I've got an easy answer to this one. Brennan Rice. No one's ever going to win anything with Dementor Shark. It's definitely Brennan Rice. DJ Shark
Yeah,
has.
I got to do that. I've been drafting freaking Shark in the last round with my Herbert
What
teams.
are you
I don't know
true
what I'm
like?
doing. As,
Like yeah,
as
what
soon
are
as
you
you said
hoping
that, I was
for?
like, oh yeah, you're clearly correct.
Yeah. Okay, so now the running back pocket is starting to go. Addison at the 7-1. I guess that guy. I guess that guy did not upload. I actually just uploaded my new rankings. With the I moved Addison down to wide receiver 50. I think because I think.
So do you always draft off your ranks? I've never done it. I've done it a couple times just to experiment, and I don't like it. I
So I've
love
never
seeing my
done it
ADP.
before this year, but I am doing it this year. One because I'm streaming and sending, I'm selling a product
Of
now,
course.
and
Yeah.
what's very useful. It's very useful to know if your rankings are good or not to have
Yes.
them in
Correct.
the applet. I wish we would have not taken Pitts because there's nothing I love more than taking
Bowers a
Brock
full round at
Bowers.
ADP.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have Bowers ranked 20 spots ahead of his ADP. This
Love
is
to see it.
definitely Jalen Warren, I think.
Yeah, agreed with that.
Now, the thing I
And
like
then
about taking Kyler here is he's got the double back doors with Michael Wilson and Zay Jones. But I could be convinced for these are the wide receivers.
you got to
Locke,
move Warren
Palmer.
up here, otherwise you're
Oh, thank
stressing
you.
me the
Good
hell
call.
out
Good
right
call. Good call.
now. Okay. I'm probably double tapping running back here. I'm probably just going Brooks or if you like want to pick a different running back.
No, Brooks is
fine.
fine. That gives us another backdoor quarterback to that. Like when I don't take one of the elite quarterbacks, I don't know how you feel about this. When I don't take one of the top 5 quarterbacks, I will start adding pretty significant tie breaks on does this give me another lifeboat at quarterback? So I like doing that with Jonathan Brooks because it gives you lifeboat. Rob B, I will be doing a Sunday morning show when the season starts. Undecided exactly what format that'll be. I mean, obviously it'll definitely be DFS focused, but I might do one long show where it's DFS and then we do like start sits and like lineup questions and things. I'll maybe even set my like FFPC stuff on stream, or maybe it'll be 2 shows. Maybe I'll try both and see what works better for the viewers.
For the record,
the people love your politics takes. I mean, you get to do this as an outsider. You get to do it as a Canadian. Yeah, it's it's classic.
You know, we're all falling out of our coconut trees up north. That's we're just.
I mean, I
enjoying.
famously went live about 6 minutes after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. I drafted 6 fast puppies for 4 hours on stream. Chirath, I was not making a specific Grateful Dead reference, but I do love the Grateful Dead. So maybe which is funny because
I'm stunned based on your your aesthetic that you're.
Well, it's funny because Kurt Cobain hated the Grateful Dead, absolutely loathed the Grateful Dead, and that's like my favorite band of all time. But okay, so through 8 rounds, we have 3 running backs: Derrick Henry, Jalen Warren, Jonathan Brooks. We got our elite tight end and Kyle Pitts, Nico Collins, Jalen Waddle, Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins as the wide receiver room. It is kind of funny the age cliff stuff you get with Amari and DeAndre Hopkins because they project about as good as the 3rd round wide receivers. Truly.
Yeah, this is an old team. We got Amari, we got Henry, we got Hopkins. Good to have Jonathan Brooks on there just to bring down the age quotient a little bit.
I mean, you want to talk about an edge that could be had on Underdog where people are drafting like it's a $10 dynasty team all the time. I mean, you get massive age discounts on guys. Thoughts on Alvin Kamara? I really could not be more out in half point PPR. I think basically I've got him ranked 6 positional spots behind ADP. I mean, I really don't like him.
I've taken him very rarely. The only time that I'll even consider him is because I'm so into Bowers, and
Right.
I don't want all of my Bowers teams to just be total one-offs. And I'll draft
That's
Olave,
what
but I don't
Shaheed is
really
for,
draft
buddy.
any other Saints. I don't draft for Shaheed. I'm not part of your Shaheed cult. Whenever
Sad.
the Shaheed cult meets, they don't invite me to the parties. It's tough.
That's a real bummer for you. And I think that you are going to be on the outside looking in on some 2 catch, 111 yard, 1 touchdown games. All right. We are up on the clock, or we're up on the clock
Joke
in
would have
1
been a
pick.
treat. Yeah, I mean, so I'm feeling Spears would make sense, right, for us, and
Spears makes sense.
I mean, I'd be fine just finishing off running back with B-Rob, or I'm fine going. Where else could we go? We could go. Judy would be correlated.
Judy will be there for our next pick, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Who else? Any other positions you can look at? Are any of the quarterbacks that we care about? Probably not, right? Yeah,
No, we can
for us.
Yeah, I think we're good there. I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine finishing off running back. There are late running backs I like to take.
Yeah, it'd be B-Rob for me, but I'm fine if you want to go somewhere else. This is basically the team that I just
Ship it.
All right, I'm fine getting overruled on Wicks.
Yeah,
Wicks with Dobbs still there is an alpha play.
That's how I have it. That's how I have it ranked, buddy.
That's that's a solid what was that, round and a half ahead of ADP? You've really changed, Davis.
Something like that.
You've really changed.
Well, and if you think about it from a Jacquard tree spot, that is going to be an uncommon pairing right there. Those 4 consecutive players is going to be an uncommon pairing because of where we are picking.
Unstacked, round and a half at ADP, not even any Vikings. And
what if Dontavian Wicks
alpha playing Dontavian Wicks?
Did you see the Jordan Love quote yesterday?
I didn't, but I assume that you have tweet alerts for every Dontavian Wicks.
You know what? My friends on Twitter are so kind to me that I don't even have to have them on because someone will always send it to me. I will share the tab with you all. I think Dontavian Wicks is going to have a monster year this year. Love said via Bleacher Report. I think he was able to do a lot of phenomenal things last year. I think the sky's the limit for him. His confidence keeps getting more and more, raising up. Obviously, the more reps he gets, the more comfortable he gets in the system and playing fast. That is exactly what you would want to be hearing about Mr. Dontavian Wicks.
This is uncomfortable. I mean, I think I've been lapped by you as a Wicks guy now. It's
I mean, he's my most drafted player now, even over Chase Brown.
Look at that. Yeah, you've been the player that every single person on the fantasy industry is in on, but you've emerged among us as the most bullish.
Well, there's always a race to do that. Like Anthony Richardson was the guy last year where every fantasy football tout. I don't know. I can't say. So this is damning evidence, though. This is damning evidence. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh, I did. It was concerning.
Yeah, Love was on one of these shows, and they were like, draw your perfect play, and it was like Tyreek, Kelsey, Adams, Josh Jacobs, which is very funny. And then Dobbs was the X wide receiver. So I was like, wind horse meme. Immediately, I was like, I don't love that. I need to start taking Dobbs a little bit more.
Yeah. The one that I've been full avoiding now is Watson. He used to go in the early 8th, and that was fine. And he's crept up into the 6th in some drafts. And
this is totally what's going to happen. Dobbs, Watson, Reed are all going to go between 600 and 900 yards, and it's just going to be the touchdown variance that ends up separating them.
Yeah, I also think just probably one of them gets hurt for half the season, and then it's fine.
Well, that would fix a lot of the concerns as long as it's not Wicks. A Wicks. No, let me tell you, a Wicks injury.
When I say someone, I mean Christian Watson is going to get hurt.
He fixed his hamstring, or he fixed his not hamstring, his No, yeah, it was his hamstring. Where he had a 20% muscle imbalance. As someone who lifts weights, that is crazy. A 20% muscle imbalance, you would almost have to work hard to do that. All right, we are about up on the clock. We're kind of dead at quarterback, which I
Yeah,
don't
we needed Tua
love.
to come back to us. That didn't happen. What? Okay, I'm trying to think through other options so we can get to.
Oh, we can take Cousins. We can take Cousins with Pitts.
Oh
In
yeah, we
fact,
can
we
do that.
probably should.
Round ahead ADP on him. What's the London drafter done? Can you quickly check?
London drafter has Josh Allen.
But nothing else. Yeah, Josh Allen shares the bye with Cousins. Dare him.
Okay.
Let's do Brown. Let's do Brown.
All right.
Brown first, and then is my guy Leggett still there? Because then we can get him with Brooks as another.
Ship it. All right.
Yeah, because you're doing Allen and Cousins, 2 week 12 buys, and then you're.
Dude, look at that. Look at your brain working in hyperdrive there.
I know that because I've done Allen Cousins and then been like, fuck, which is probably what he's about to do. He's probably not going to let us have Cousins. He's probably about to just kamikaze himself and us, but you never know.
This is a Davis Mattek ass team with Wicks and Chase Brown, but Xavier Legette, not a big part of my portfolio.
Well, he is the biggest part of my portfolio. So
that is why. Well, it's not wild to me. I completely.
I liked him as a prospect. Nobody else does.
Yeah, I didn't like him as a prospect. You and I are doing the same thing on, like, I'm doing this for AD Mitchell and you're doing it for Legette, except your guy got a good landing spot and my guy got a questionable at best landing spot.
Hey, but the market sure thinks your guy got a better landing spot because he went half round later than my guy, and he's going 2.5 rounds out of him.
Jacob, break this down. You're the man to ask this. What's your take on the Colts wide receiver room?
Well, I think Alec Pierce is about to learn the bench real quick. All the reviews on AD Mitchell have been raving, so I would be pretty surprised if he didn't take over Pierce's role within a few weeks. There'll be Downs in the slot. Pittman obviously is going to run every route. Mitchell, I think, will run more routes than Downs by the time we're actually in the playoff weeks, and he's just with X wide receivering it on every play. And then, yeah, I think Mitchell is a good pick for the format. If you're betting on Richardson, the way he is going to win as a passer is going to be downfield. Mitchell's a fit for that. Downs is just like remarkably good at football.
Yeah, he is really good.
And Pittman is probably really overpriced.
This is not 100% true. There's been several guys in NFL history whose offseason breakthrough fixed the injury. I can think of a couple different guys. Terry Glenn was a guy who had the hamstring problems. I mean, I don't remember specifically what he did to fix it, but there have been a couple guys in NFL history where it's been like, this guy can't get healthy, this guy has the soft tissue things, and then they end up figuring it out. But it's less common than people betting on it is, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
Probably the only best ball streamer in 2024 to mention Terry Glenn, by the way.
Nice. You bring up Terry Glenn pretty reliably.
He's a big part of my childhood, obviously, as a Cowboys fan. Big part of my childhood. I mean, I could see Legette paying off on Underdog. Really
better. Really better.
Well, it's just like, I don't know, is part of your bet the Dave Canales thing? Because the Canales track record is pretty gosh darn good at this point.
So part of my bet is that, like, Legette is obviously not an ideal prospect. It took a million years to break out and do anything. But
there were extenuating
circumstances. He did do a lot. Like, he's not an unproductive prospect. He's just a late productive prospect. He had 24% targets per route run, 3.15 yards per route run in his last year. Then he gets into this landing spot where, like, the path to routes is abundantly clear. He's going to be immediately in 3 wide receiver sets, can be in 2 wide receiver sets, just has to dust Thielen for that, who's probably going to be playing slot wide receiver. He has pass to usage in all aspects of the game. I think they're going to want to give him carries, give him screens, stuff like that. Is a really phenomenal after the catch player. And then you get Canales, I want to buy into. And then, like, I don't really want to buy into Bryce Young, but I want to. God damn it. Was that the London guy or was that someone else?
That was the London guy. Yeah.
Well, get ready to enjoy double bye week, you loser.
Tough scene. Yeah, we're really dead at quarterback now. You don't love to see it.
Have you ever been more excited for a Watson, Levis, Bryce Young squad? I haven't.
No. Yeah. I mean, the chat is correctly pointing out there is extenuating circumstances for why Legette took a while to produce. but
Have a little faith, people. We also set up by taking Chase Brown.
We did. Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
All right.
Don't even say it. Do you want to take another wide receiver? Do you want to do our second tight end?
Let's do maybe maybe we go. Okay, well, we can set up one either way. So we could either do the Hawkinson dream or absolutely not, or we could do Demario Douglas. Is Douglas available?
Douglas
not,
is gone. Let's do this instead.
Let's do Franklin then. Yeah. I took Quentin Johnson for the first time this entire season. Actually, yesterday I got Justin Herbert 18 picks behind ADP, and I was presented with Quentin Johnson 16 picks behind ADP, stacked with Justin Herbert, and I said, "Fine, I guess."
I mean, I would never take Quentin Johnson without Herbert, but Herbert.
You just tried to do it right now.
I put him in the queue because he was the highest ranked wide receiver, and I didn't want to get star methoded. But 12th round Herbert, 13th round QJ is, I mean, it's perfectly cromulent. It's fine.
Well, the one I did yesterday was 13th round Herbert, 15th round QJ, and that felt better. Thought I was all right with.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think that.
I think I'd probably just rather take Brendan Rice straight up.
Here's the thing, Mike. Wicks will not be a top 100 pick because the people that are. I did this the other day, so I'm about to basically launch basically a cheat sheet. Jacob, you probably have this experience where your friends in your life will be like, "Who's your sleepers this year? Who do you like? Like, how do I draft a fantasy football team?" And so basically, I just have a cheat sheet, literally just color coded: good pick, fine pick, bad pick. And what I did to create this was I aggregated all of the ADP, ESPN, MFL, Sleeper. Wicks is like not even ranked on these sites. Like he might as well not exist. So the people who are going to start drafting in August, they are not going to be Wicks drafters.
Yeah, this kind of happened with Nico Collins last year too, where he was the guy that started at like the 150s. And then a bunch of people were like, that price makes no sense. And then he just started getting skyrocketed. And then he eventually, they were like, all right, that's as high as you're going, Nico. And he ended up stalling out where the late August drafters came.
I'm going to steal that. I'm going to steal that. Dontavian Wicks is 2024 Nico Collins. I'm just going to tweet that tomorrow morning at like 8 a.m. with a graphic of like those two. And this, that'll do numbers.
Sure. I'm freely passing that along to you. Consider that my gift.
Okay. We've got multiple backdoor quarterback options going.
Honestly, we're thriving at quarterback at this point.
I wouldn't say thriving, but I mean, look, sure. 57% of seasons, Josh Palmer will outscore Dontavian Wicks, but Palmer's got no finishes the overall wide receiver 13 upside, and Wicks definitely does.
I kind of like Palmer.
I'm like 8% Palmer now. I had him as a 4% exposure blanket guy, and then I kind of got Palmer pilled, sadly.
I think that's the best bet I've ever done in the best ball space. It's
really good.
4% exposure blanket.
It's really good. All right, we are about up on the clock. Would you like to select?
Yeah, it's got Mayo time.
Boy. Yeah,
gotta be Mayo time. And then we need what? We need one wide receiver, one tight end, and one more quarterback between our other picks.
Yeah.
So probably thinking McMillan for the correlation feels pretty good. And then we know our two quarterback options.
And if Kyle Pitts busts, this team was never going to make it. This team was never going to make it anyway. I don't know about this. I don't know if Josh Palmer should be going ahead of Ladd. I see it. Yeah, I see it. But Ladd could be anything, and we know what Palmer is. Like we feel very confident in what one Mr. Joshua Palmer is.
Yeah, people are. I feel like the sentiment on Ladd has become pretty negative. I don't know that anybody these days is excited to stick their neck out on the line for Ladd McConkey. I will. I thought he was very I thought he was an underrated prospect.
I definitely did not think. I think he's an incredibly overrated prospect, but what I think does not matter. I mean, he just didn't play. He just basically did not play.
He didn't play
for the University of Georgia. And that Bowers freshman season. You go back and look at that Georgia roster.
He stole everyone's soul.
It's nuts, man. There are 5, and if you include Cook, he was playing with 5 other guys who were top 60 picks in the NFL draft. I mean, look, man. Michael. Yeah, obviously you're right. Obviously you're right. Like, obviously Dontavian Wicks he's the Sky Moore.
Why isn't there a Wicks clip?
Yeah. I mean, it's he's the Sky Moore, he's the McCole Hardman, he's the Marvin Mims, he's the Laviska Shenault. I mean, it is beyond obvious that he is. But what if the ship chasing guy hits this year? Have you considered how sad would you be to get off the slappy play the year the slappy play hits? I mean, come on, you'd be inconsolable.
Look, Michael, you just have to pay the tithe, right? Like, if you're going to be part of the ship chasing cult, the cabal, the Church of the Chase, you have to pay the tithe. And the tithe every year is you have to draft 20% minimum of some bum ass player who is going to do absolutely nothing. I don't know why there hasn't been a Dontavian Wicks ship chasing clip yet. Maybe it's because they actually want him to work out and they're trying not to jinx it. But
I think it's because Gretsch doesn't like him that much. I wanna push back against this. These are Ladd McConkey's college stats, dude. Like, this is the most. Damn it! I just
can you please tab over to the per route stats, Davis?
Yeah, he's gonna do great in my target. He's gonna do great in my targets per route run league. I mean, maxed out at 58, 762, and 7 in a 15 game college season. I'm not saying, like, obviously I like Ladd McConkey. I'm not saying he's a bad pick. I think he's probably a pretty good pick. But come on, let's just be honest about the exercise that we are doing here. He really did not play very much at the University of Georgia, and that's fine.
We're betting on the PRR.
I don't think that's true, because didn't Bowers have 1,000 yards?
I'm not certain.
I think if you include rushing yards, he had 1,000 yards. Yeah, he did. He did in 2022. He had 1,000. Chase Colum says, big UGA fan, 0% Ladd. He is familiar. He is familiar with his game. So there you go. It is receiving, because a Bowers rush was not a rush. They were like, you know what I mean. You're being pedantic here. All right.
Is he also being shallow?
He is. All right. We have our last 2 picks.
All right. We know one of them is about to be the Oregon Duck, and the other one is, I don't think I have like the stones to play Broncos tight end, so I would probably just pick Juwan Johnson.
Sure. I got.
Do you have a tight end that you care about here? I guess we could do Mike Gesicki as a bring back.
The one I take most often here is Knox. Sanders might make sense on this team since we have multiple Panthers.
We could do Sanders.
Ship it.
All right, sure.
People forget Jatavian Sanders played with 3 first-round picks and Jordan Whittington, who's going to make the Rams roster.
Ryan just absolutely saved us. Said that Juwan Johnson is the same buy as Kyle Pitts. The 2.6 points that you get from Jatavian Sanders that week will be the difference.
Choco Taco _BB says, from what I've been told about Ladd from people in the UGA program, Ladd has some health stuff that will limit his NFL career, but single week upside best ball, he's probably fine. Dynasty is a no-go. Honestly, that is probably how I feel about him anyways. I actually have like little to no interest in him in Dynasty compared to where he was going in rookie drafts. Like, I preferred A.D. Mitchell, obviously preferred Xavier Worthy. Might even prefer Leggett, because Leggett's true smash outcomes are so much more desirable.
I don't know why we think that Ladd has a low ceiling. I don't really get that idea. Like, he's like a route,
because he's not a grown man.
He's actually a high ceiling, low floor guy, because the problem he didn't play.
Not a grown man.
It's like, Okay, someone said it in the chat, and I wasn't gonna raise it because it was mildly racist, but it's not untrue.
Ladarius Conkey, 4th round pick. Ship it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, like I he's very good at earning targets per route. We don't know if that can translate. So to me, that's like low floor. What if he's never
I think it probably can translate.
High
I think it probably
ceiling
can.
if he gets a full-time role and he earns 1 million targets. Like, I don't think he's just a slot wide receiver. He was able to play outside Georgia and was able to earn volume on that basis. His reception perception stuff was fantastic. He's an outside player. Like, and this whole injury stuff kind of just makes me like him, I don't know, more maybe because either the injury stuff is fine, and that's why the Chargers drafted him in the 2nd round, or you're telling me he would have gone even higher, probably in a 1st round pick if he didn't have the injury stuff. Like, either way, that's fine with me. I'm good with that.
Andrew, this actually I think is probably a fine thesis because your thesis can be the Chargers don't have a wide receiver one, and they all just kind of get there in various ways. And he's throwing touchdowns to Brendan Rice or Hayden Hurst or Will Dissly, and he ends up not bringing anyone along with him. People forget Hunter Renfrow, ATX Bearcat.
He's nothing like that as a player.
Renfrow,
it aggravates me so much.
I'm about to.
Closest comparison athletically is like Garrett Wilson. Like,
I'm about to compliment Hunter Renfrow. People forget had a wide receiver 9 in half PPR season 2 years ago. People forget. They do forget. All right, what did we do with this team?
Okay, so again, Andrew's bringing up, he's 5'11", 185. So is Garrett Wilson, who would take in the 1st round in every single draft, and he has the exact same 40-yard dash. Like,
this is totally true. Everyone just thinks Lad is Danny Amendola. I mean, that is just like, let's just be honest. You all believe that. I believe it. You believe it. Everyone believes this is true.
I don't believe it. I don't see color.
Yeah. All right. We did Nico Collins and Jalen Waddle from the 1-2. I think that's a little minus EV probably, just because there are some teams that have that with Christian McCaffrey. So it seems like a pretty big downgrade. Dog. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Not very many people correlate that. Not very many people correlate that with people wouldn't forget DeHunter Renfrow, and that's true. And correct. that is 100%. That is 100% true. We did do the big dog. I mean, honestly, I probably just like straight up objectively prefer Pacheco, but it's fine. Pitts Hopkins is a pretty good turn on this team. This is where it went south for us here, where Kirk Cousins, this team would look a lot better with Kirk Cousins.
Certainly. Yeah. And did that guy ever cover up his bye week, or does he just want to have fun staying poor?
He did not cover up his bye week. He said, I'll give up 15 points. And yes. Yeah. Ryan Jones. Sorry, I did misspeak. I subjectively prefer Isaiah Pacheco. That is absolutely correct. Yeah. I think if I could do honestly, the pick I would do over is I would just take Cousins instead of Leggett and then swap that in for Rondale later, basically.
I'm personally pretty comfortable with Leggett because he's going to have 1,000 yards this season. So it's going to be all good.
I've also secretly been Watson pilled though. I'm now at like 8 or 9% Watson, which is just, I mean, it really doesn't feel.
I'm at 16% Watson. Yeah.
16%. That's a lot. 16% is a lot. I will call this one the King Henry Jacob Shipper. Perfect. There we go. I've been forgetting to label the team. So someone is going to be out there with the team that has equity with me, and it's not going to be labeled, and we're going to have to go back and watch the stream and figure it out. All right, let's last time it wouldn't let me in because of my location settings. I'm gonna have to do it on my phone again. Everyone, I am about to enter into another one, and we are, man, just listen, our friends over at Underdog Fantasy, please, we absolutely are not interested in another 12. We don't want that at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna be upset.
All right, we filled. Snap fill. You love to see it. Love the all right. 111. Not very good, Jacob. Not very good. but still better.
I mean, infinitely better.
Infinitely
Infinitely
better.
better.
Are you playing any of these college football drafts
Obviously.
on
I was
Underdog? Yeah, people
was
don't
born
know
for this.
you're the campus to Canton king.
Certainly not king. There's the people that like actually just do Devi and campus to Canton analysis, and it'd be certainly very insulting to their honor if I was to try and take up their mantle. But among the best ball community, I would be surprised if there were people who spent more time playing Devi in campus to Canton than myself. So, or at least not a lot of people. So, yeah,
What's your favorite offense that is being underrated by the market in best bowl mania?
Yeah, I would go not necessarily the quarterbacks. I think all the quarterbacks are being over drafted, especially at the top of the draft. But I would just be firing like crazy at the Tennessee wide receivers. Their offense, like Joe Milton's horrendous.
You big squirrel white guy?
Yeah, Squirrel White, Chris Brazzell, Thornton, Brew McCoy. I don't know how it's going to shake out, but I would go at all four of those guys.
My
And let things
experience
fall
with
as they may.
my experience with Brew McCoy is to not have that experience. I played a lot of him in college football DFS, and my experience is to be out on Brew McCoy. Leone is in this one. Leone will be joining the stream shortly, and apparently he really just got the bug.
Is he watching and joined intentionally, or is it a happy accident? Gotta be watching,
Probably
right?
a happy accident, but it's hard to say.
Yeah.
The 12 hole is, keep this in mind, the 12 hole is in the stream. So people do forget that Harbaugh had JJ McCarthy throw for more attempts than Jane Daniels. You know what else people forget? People forget Bo Nix had more college rushing touchdowns than Jane Daniels. That'll win you a bar bet 10 times out of 10. That will you can take $10 from your buddy at any point in your life for the next 10 years, asking them who had more college touchdowns between those two guys.
Well, 11 is at least way better in the first round. Hey,
sure, yeah, we can get Puka or Garrett Wilson. Although, what a wrench it would throw! What a wrench it would throw in Best Ball Mania if all these rumors about Devontae Adams becoming a Jet end up being true.
Yeah.
Have you thought about it?
For not to live in that world.
You probably have big Garrett Wilson dynasty bags. You probably just got everywhere. Yeah,
the biggest. Yeah, I mean, I'm an absolute Garrett Wilson slappy. Let's see I have 15% in best ball. I probably have like 30% in dynasty. Yeah.
Wait, you have how much of him in best ball?
15.
So you're taking him over Puka?
That's correct.
I got no issue with that.
I mean, I take Puka sometimes. I don't have like 0% Puka or anything. Let's see here. I got 15% Wilson. I got 6% Puka, and I got 8% AJ Brown. I've mixed in taking him ahead of Bijan and Brees every so often as well. Just if I don't feel like taking a running back.
Right.
Well,
welcome to the team.
Simply like to take my favorite player in the NFL.
You just got another $12.50 worth of Garrett Wilson exposure. You love to see it.
Oh.
All right, now we can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
If I ship one of these share drafts, do I still count the 1.5 million for personal and chasing Corain? Absolutely not. No, you only count the 550K or whatever it would be after taxes. So we will continue. We will continue to chase the Adams Debo at the 1-2 at the.
Oh,
look
at that! Someone's listening.
He knows ball.
I probably like London here just because I don't usually take him at 112, so I'd probably like to get a little bit of exposure.
That is so funny because I agree. I do the exact same thing where like I'm actually going to end up being kind of accidentally underweight on London because I refuse to take him at the 12-13.
Yeah.
When are we starting the high stakes streams? Very, very soon. So just registered for my very first FFPC main event. Slow. We took Tyreek Hill at the 1-5 with our very first selection in of the high stakes season. But basically, Jacob, I don't know how you and your cohorts do main events, but my buddies and I, we deposited in 2018 and have never taken $1 out We have just continually rolled them over. And last year we won 3 of our 4 leagues. So we
Nice.
have 8 tickets this year. So there will be some FFPC main event streams here on the channel.
Nice. That's awesome.
We had a team finish top 20 last year. Was that we were in second for about 5 minutes, and that was about as good as it's ever felt in high stakes fantasy football.
Yeah, that's got to be unreal.
I have considered this. I wonder what your thoughts are. How many people basically, like how many Cabal people need to get unique at the 1-2 turn before just taking Gibbs London is correct? I think we might be approaching that for real.
We're getting there for sure. I mean, it is funny because I never know how much like I feel like I'm such a small section of the best ball community that I never want to take credit for anything, but like it was alarming. Like after writing that article, within the next 3 days, I like started to notice more and more of the exact pairings that I was like doling out to be unique. People just do it anytime, all the time, constantly on their own anyway. The dog often chases its own tail in these where we get into some issues with that for sure. It definitely in like 2 years when every best ball draft is just like a red shield 12 ways across.
I mean, I'm hoping
like, the edge will just be like sort by ETR median projection. Like that will be the edge.
I mean, that's honestly, that's so funny. We might be approximating that. I mean, not yet. And what's funny is all these ADP trends will take place. And then, the contest is, I think, like 40%, 38% filled right now. And pretty soon it's going to start filling much quicker with people who are only doing, 5, 6, 7 entries or whatever. Basically now, like as training camps get started, it's going to become much more constant.
Yeah. I don't get the appeal of Gibbs. I think he's like honestly,
you do. He's
all of drafts.
He's A-chain. He's A-chain. He's A-chain without the injury issues.
Yeah, and like a full round plus more expensive. Like it's I don't want to be drafting running backs early because the gap in projection of running back versus wide receiver just only gets larger. And so
I think
at least if I want to do it for Bijan or Brees.
This take right here, I think, could be the absolute nuts. I mean, he was the number 1 pick 2 years ago. He was the number 1 pick 2 years ago. He's in this crazy good Shane Steichen offense. Like it's definitely possible. All right,
I go back and forth with the Taylor thing. Sometimes I just want to like full homer take, be all in on Taylor. Other times I start nitpicking. Okay, he's gonna have competition for rushing touchdowns. He's gonna have competition for receiving work. All
right, we are up. These would be my 2 preferred picks.
Yeah, I don't think I see a reason why not.
Tank Dell, welcome to the team. We got to see what our friend in the chat does. I'm thinking he might take our Q, which might be a little bit different. But
I'd be very happy with Josh Allen, given we have Garrett Wilson here too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, the nuts is definitely some combo. Well, no, I don't think you wanted to start out with 2 running backs, really.
Yeah, I agree. I don't.
Okay, Kelsey does go. You want Josh?
Yeah, I'm into that.
All right. I think this is July 18th. This was the year. Not only did Crane win Best Ball Mania today, but the King Kappa, I believe was his screen name, won the $1 million highest scoring regular season team this day as well.
Hope we're drafting it right now.
Man,
the only problem is that we have just put ourselves in the position to be the Josh Allen, Kirk Cousins double bye week team.
No, we are not going to take. We are. If anything, we put ourselves in the position for CJ Stroud to potentially be there at 83 and then have to make that decision.
Yeah. We have a double stack CJ Stroud team at the 5 hole there, I think he is going to take advantage of that.
All we need is for him to get the siren song of Anthony Richardson or of a 5th round Jalen Hurts. I mean, you never know. There are infinite universes in which these drafts can exist, Jacob.
He is one of the non shields among us, so maybe. You have a lot of running back guys in your chat here. We've got people advocating for
It's because I didn't title it
Dillon.
a piss boy Peter Overzet title. I titled it "We Draft a Fantasy Football Team for $1.5 million US."
Right.
You got to get.
Oh, these people think we're trying to win money, not prove ideological points.
It's not ideological drafting. Yeah, they think
Right,
they think that this is an experiment in grinding out a profit. I mean, yeah, this is also a great point. JT smashing, like you see him go after pick 20 with some, I mean, not crazy, but it does happen. And the team that has Justin Jefferson and Jonathan Taylor is gonna own your Gibbs London team your
every time that I've gotten
there.
Justin Jefferson, Jonathan Taylor, feels incredible.
Justin Jefferson, that's the best pick on the board. I mean, that is a guy you want to talk about, a guy who was going 101 8 months ago, and here we go. I told you the Nico Diggs team just took Lamar. I told you. You gotta consider these things.
Stroud at 86, you are on the menu.
This is why. I mean, one, I firmly believe I will put I will put my money where my mouth is that I think Stroud is being overdrafted. But you just simply cannot be taking him at pick 62 or 61. I think it just happens. This exact scenario happens often enough that you are, I think, effectively drawing dead. And I stick to it. This team, I would have been, now knowing that happened, taking Josh Allen feels super stupid.
It's gonna feel incredible when our 7-8 turn is Keon Coleman and CJ Stroud.
Yeah, you want to talk about a Xavier Legette ass prospect? That's Keon Coleman. Who would you choose with a 3rd overall pick in an RB happy
Justin
draft?
Jefferson.
Like Paul, I get it. Like I'm in several, home leagues with my college buddies and things. Like I get it. You're gonna feel so squeezed. You're gonna be like, shit, I got to take Joe Mixon in the 4th round. I promise you will feel happier with Tyreek Hill. Or I mean, in an RB happy draft, I mean, maybe someone takes Brees or Bijan at 2. Truly, like you might be able to take CeeDee Lamb there.
Yeah, that'd be quite a feeling.
Yeah. What do you think about this? Matthew thinks that Neighbors at 27
he's wrong, because I take
ADP.
a ton of Malik Neighbors. Yeah, I think he's gonna have like a 30% target share. For my money, he's just as good of a prospect as Marvin Harrison. One of the best prospects that we've seen in the last decade. Like I would probably put him in my top 5 in the last decade from a prospecting perspective. I think Brian Daboll's a good coach. He's a super versatile player. I think they're going to make the entire offense out of him. They'll give him carries. They'll throw to him. I think he'll have a chance to consolidate volume more than any of the wide receivers going around him. I think he's a legitimately good pick at ADP or even ahead of it.
All right.
Cook would be the dream.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. All right.
Just like immense pain on that. All right. Well, I don't know.
If we take Mixon, it dissuades another potential guy after us, leaving that's a Stroud. That's a Stroud block.
Good call.
That's like running Pio Solver and knowing that you have one of the flush blockers. That is exactly what that move is.
That Cook pick.
It's pretty brutal.
I'm tilted.
Yeah. I recently realized I'm just kind of blind to Cook. I never take him because I had this exact same situation happen on stream with Sam the other day. Like literally the same. We had Allen and we were trying to push CJ Stroud, like almost the exact same team. And we didn't even think about taking Cook to pair with Allen at this slot.
I do this exact team, and Worthy is totally fine. Yeah. I do this exact team so frequently where I do Wilson in the 1st, Allen in the 4th, Cook in the 5th, like that just comes like preloaded on my rosters. I do it constantly. I love Cook this year. He's like the 3 running backs that I mentioned in that article of being the ones that I'm trying to start my running back run with. And we've honestly kind of built both of the teams this morning pretty in line with the structure in that article, which is nice. But the 3 that I love doing is ETN. I don't actually take Pacheco, so I'm doing the Davis Mattek patented lying to some degree, because I just take ETN over him every single time. But I acknowledge that Pacheco is a good pick, and others should take him. And then Cook, I love. So I just hammer those 3, and the Cook in the late 5 with Allen is one of my faves, but it was not to be.
All right. The fucking Lamar guy took Stroud ahead of ADP.
Well,
I mean, it does not matter.
Yeah, I mean,
it's totally fine.
If he had taken him in the 7th, I would be like, okay, I get it. We were gonna do that with Josh Allen, but
okay, there is an interesting
Lamar
thing.
With
There's
Stroud.
an interesting thing happening. Look at this.
That's weird.
The Hurts team took Andrews. The Lamar team took Kincaid, and that is interesting. And then the Mahomes team took Pitts. So we have a bunch of giga-brained leverage bros here.
Yeah, I mean, Leone is never been more excited to draft Dallas Goedert than he is right now.
This is the most classic.
Salivating at the prospect of Dallas Goedert.
Look at this Leone start. I mean, this is the classic Leone. Like, I'm scooping some Andrews. I'm scooping some Rashad White. I mean, my man is doing the full Leone here. Yeah, Sus Edwards. Shout out to you, brother. You knew you saw inside the Matrix. You knew this man was badgeless. And yeah, I mean, look, Leone is cooking. We actually on the Patreon podcast yesterday on the new premium feed, I brought Leone on to talk about like basically the manifesto, but the manifesto and how it actually impacts what you're doing on the clock, like the teams you're actually building. And this is one of the things he mentioned of just being like, I think it's super viable to start with 3 wide receivers, but then not be pushing the really, I guess, like the 4th tier of wide receiver. Like if you already have 3 wide receivers, you don't need to be taking Chris Godwin way ahead of where he should be projecting in terms of scoring points.
Agreed, for sure.
Yeah, Leone is putting these dudes on full tilt. He scoops Hurts from the Smith drafter right ahead, and then he scoops Andrews from the Lamar drafter with back-to-back picks. He's cooking, and he is also tilting his opponents, which it's a little bit of value in there as well.
Yeah, these people did not know what they were in for.
I mean, obviously now I wish that I could take that Joe Mixon pick back though, because that doesn't feel as good.
It's fine. Because we probably want to take at least 1 wide receiver at this turn, where normally I wouldn't, because we have Josh Allen. So I think getting a running back at the previous turn is pretty fine with me.
I do think that 2v2 though. Would you rather have Watson, Aaron Jones, or Rashad White, JSN? I'm Watson, Aaron Jones there personally, but I'm also a Jordan Love slappy.
I'm Rashad White, JSN. I like JSN straight up better than Watson pretty decisively.
All right, we'll get one of our wide receivers that we.
I mean, need here. I'd be fine with both even, but
I would also be. In fact, I think both is there we go. There's Keon Coleman. Right. Classic. You can't. This is why.
We can't have nice things today.
We can't have nice things.
We took Worthy last time, right?
Yes. Yeah. We have Josh Allen, Joe Mixon, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Tank Dell, Xavier Worthy. No tight end as of yet.
So I'm thinking Najee Harris here and then Samuel at the next.
No, I think we got to take Samuel first because we're going to tilt into oblivion if we don't get him. And all these running backs are the same.
It's 4 wide receivers. I'm going to take Samuel.
I'm telling you, bro, you can't play this game. Then we're going to have unstacked Josh Allen.
We're not going to have unstacked Josh Allen. I will put my 1250 equity on. It's not happening.
Oh, buddy.
You got to trust the room. You gotta have faith in the room.
No, because people, we're playing a dangerous game right now.
I'm gonna admit something. I didn't know Jalen Warren was still available. Had I known that, I would have been fine with either of the Steelers running
Oh,
backs.
because
And then
I
you
had
could
it
have
sorted
taken.
by ADP and not by my ranking.
All right. Well, that's partially on you.
That is partially. Obviously, the guy sticking out like a sword. This is why I wanted to take Samuel. I wanted to take Samuel,
Oh.
pass on running back, and take Bowers.
Oh, well, if you'd made that case, we would have done it.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
All right. I see.
Is this Tyler?
You got to use the private chat for these types of things. I
Tyler,
think
is this
I
what
think
you
we're
meant?
we're still in a nice spot though.
You wanted me to make this screen bigger, so that the entire screen is just
I can't
the
imagine
draft
that's what
board.
you wanted.
Yeah, this is my worst nightmare. Learning Khalil Shakir is basically my worst nightmare as a
I've never
fantasy
learned
football
Khalil
player.
Shakir. I've yet to learn
I
Khalil
won't
Shakir.
learn it. In fact, in terms of
But
prop
I'll learn
bets,
Chase Claypool.
I think I'd rather learn MBS. I think I'd rather learn MBS. Truly, and well, really, I'd rather learn Dawson Knox, which is I mean, the Dawson Knox thing. Where are you considering him in any way? I find him as my backup plan at tight end in a lot of different builds.
I don't take him on stacked, but I do take him. Like I would say there's an 85% chance that he will be a member of this team.
Yes, I mean we are. I don't know. That was poor communication for me. I should have
We
said
should have
I
used the
want.
private chat there. If you had dangled Bowers in front of me, I would have been interested. I was thinking, all right, like we got Worthy, get a Steelers running back, take Samuel. I've drafted this exact team like an uncomfortable amount of times, and I'm stuck in a rut.
This AP Shakir will outperform Coleman. Mark my words. Not exactly what I would call comforting words, because I think you're probably right, and I think that includes bad seasons from both of them. I think that includes 9.7 PPR points per game from Khalil Shakir and 6.5. Like Keon Coleman could morph into Quentin Johnston in front of our eyes very, very quickly, incredibly quickly.
If we had just gotten James Cook, I would be so fired up about this franchise. Like that's because those are the guys, Cook and Samuel and Kincaid. Well, I'm not even quite as into Kincaid, but those are the guys that I think are the winners here.
Yeah, the Tate Burrows are on Shakir. I liked Shakir coming out of year one, coming into year two. Like I was into the thesis, and then they signed every gadget wide receiver in the entire NFL last offseason, and then did the same thing this. Like, remember when they had Jamison Crowder, Cole Beasley, Deontay Hardy, one other guy, a guy I'm completely blanking on, and then in several games they were playing Trent Sherfield over Khalil Shakir outside. Yep. So it's just like, what reason are the Bills giving me to believe that they think Shakir can be a full-time player?
Well, and the issue with Shakir is like, yes, he's been efficient per target, but he's not been a target earner per route. 14% targets per route run. So, I mean, I just piped up Ladd McConkey in the last draft. Like I'm pretty comfortable making a translation bet on routes. What I'm not very excited about is going and saying, okay, this guy's going to all of a sudden earn a lot more targets per route, and run a lot more routes.
They're not going to. I think he can continue to be an efficient bit player, but I think it's unlikely that he establishes himself as like a very efficient full-time player. I think there's probably a reason
every role player is efficient on the Bills, right? Like Gabe Davis' yards per target has always been crazy. Like John Brown had been efficient. Like
these RotoViz comps perfectly outline the flaws with taking him, which is a bunch of guys who were good in limited samples and then never, like Denarius Moore. Buddy, I was the biggest Denarius Moore slappy in the world for like multiple years. All right, we are about up on the clock. We have got 2 running backs, 1 quarterback. God, Joe Mixon and Najee Harris running back room. That is not. That's not really much of a. I'm building out my Jacquard tree by drafting with you here.
Well, you're not gonna like the next guy I want to pick, but he's my highest owned running back, and he's correlated.
No, I probably will like him. I assume. There's not really a running back here that I don't like, to be honest.
Well, I'll just say that he fits in very, very well.
Bowser, it did in fact say Pop Douglas from North Carolina State University.
I'd like to redact that.
Yeah. Okay. Did your guy just go?
God, this guy, this sick individual.
He's drafting off your ranks, buddy.
I am on tilt.
We have to take Shakir.
We have to.
I don't really see.
Right. I mean, I won't like physically stop you, but
it is 1,000,000% the mathematically correct pick, but it's bad.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's the first time I've gotten any equity of him. I won't do it again.
I honestly kind of think this is true. Taking Burrow before pick 100 is kind of the same as taking Stroud at 61. Yeah.
Is Goddard available, or are we just like full punting tight end?
Goddard is available.
Goddard. And I'd also be. I guess you probably do like Spears or something, maybe, or Javonte. Javonte is fine.
I kind of live my life by taking one Denver running back per draft.
I like that.
Sick burn, incredibly sick burn from Corey Davis. This isn't a little mitten 7. I mean,
boom, roasted.
What did you guys wanted me to not take Shakir there? What truly? Like what math?
For the record, I wanted you to not take Shakir.
What math could you give me that would say that Shakir was not the mathematically correct pick?
That he sucks at football.
Sure, whatever, but he correlates with our guy. Yeah, Leone is cooking, dude. Leone's got a good team.
Shakir ahead of Lockett is a tough scene.
Yeah, and look, we are gonna get and actually by not taking Goddard, we just gave Leone. We just gave Leone a super team, basically.
I know. See, we could have Javonte, Goddard. We could have tilted Leone. Alas.
Tyler, this is wrong. Correlation does make bad plays much better. Like literally, like this is like the secret of the easy sheet or of the draft caddy or whatever, which is that the correlation. Yeah, I mean, obviously Tyler Lockett is much better than Khalil Shakir. No one is debating that. That is 100% factually correct. Yeah, God, this is sickening. Look at Leone just. I'm gonna go get.
He's just going to be loving his life. He's going to be so arrogant when he comes.
He didn't even do it.
No, because he's setting it up. He set up his bring back first with Brandon Cooks because he knows everyone behind him has already done a tight end. And then he's going to get Goddard at 124. This man is feeling himself right now.
This man is cooking with gas. We are cooking with canola oil.
We're cooking with
right
Khalil Shakir.
You know, for diversification reasons, if I'm going to draft 1,000 teams this offseason, I guess it's fine to have a couple that look like this, right?
I mean, for the record, I think that our team is good. We're just tilting over a Khalil Shakir pick of our own making, but I do think our team is genuinely good. We have a Josh Allen double stack with a Garrett Wilson bring back. We have Mixon and Dell. We have Worthy correlated with Harris. Like it's a good team.
I'm tilting this. This was actually where we made the mistake. We should have went Samuel and then Brock Bowers.
That's possible. But I mean I do think that our running back room is quite nice. I would take Bowers in hindsight. Just because I love Brock Bowers.
Yeah, I love Brock Bowers. Oh my God!
Whoa! Wrecked, Leone. Get wrecked.
3 tight end. Oh, 3 tight end team for Peppertoni.
The Bachelors brought their wrath upon our house, and now they have brought their wrath upon yours.
That's what you get. Everyone in the chat, you're salivating, and then Leone takes Ezekiel Elliott.
That is the ultimate side of tilt. When you take Ezekiel Elliott.
That right there, that's why we play the game. That is why we play the game. That was
Pepper Tom, you are a legend. Pepper Tom, if you ever find me on any social media platform and you would like a lifelong subscription to Thinking About Thinking, you've got it.
Get ready to learn Aeneas Smith, buddy.
Leone is now a guest on Will Shipley Chasing.
That was incredibly good content. No, Willis, he doesn't have to take Gesicki. He can take if we don't take Chase Brown, he can take Chase Brown, and he can also take the secret best wide receiver pick after the 10th round, Jermaine Burton.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. We are taking Chase Brown.
We are about up on the clock. As a campus to Canton guy, you should be a big Jermaine Burton guy, right?
Yeah, I like Jermaine Burton. But I just like other guys more that go ahead of him, so I don't take him quite as frequently. But I'm interested for sure.
C Brown is our 4th running back.
C Brown for sure. There's like no point in taking a tight end later. Yeah, Brown for sure. Brown for sure.
We could
Schultz,
take.
I guess we're betting on everyone but Stroud on this Houston team.
Well, we could also take our Steelers correlation. We could take Freiermuth as well.
Oh, I like that more. Yeah,
I think both are fine. Cole Kmet to me is where maybe I can get 11.2 points per game at a tight end line ends.
I like the Moose pick a lot.
All right,
I've been trying to get more of him, so this is good. He's one of those guys I try to get more of, but I've been so frequently taking like Bowers as my tight end 2 that then I can't take Freiermuth.
You think I kind of think I'm fine with Bowers as my tight end 1. That's where I've landed. That's like kind of how irrationally confident I am in him at this point.
Oh, I am fine with Bowers as my tight end 1. My issue is like I wanted to be really overweight on Bowers, but I also love Andrews and Pitts and McBride and Kelsey and all these guys. And so I was getting like not as much Bowers as I wanted to because I was so constantly taking elite earlier tight ends. And then I had just had an awakening where I was just like, I don't care anymore. Like if I don't have a tight end, I'll take Bowers. If I do have a tight end, I'll take Bowers.
Like,
but you're more brazen. I usually don't take him at this turn very frequently.
Well, I can't
try to get him only like a half round ahead the ADP.
I can't go back in time and make myself a flat exposure, bro. Like I just got like Brian Hooper owned me so hard publicly that I simply have to have better exposure. Okay. I think this is a great thought experiment, and apologize if we've already done this on stream, but let's say these Adams things happen. Let's say Adams does in fact get traded away from the Las Vegas Raiders to whomever. Where does Bowers go? I actually have 2 thought experiments, so let's do this one first. Where does Bowers go?
Ahead of Ingram, right? But I think between
I think ahead of Kittle probably.
I don't know that I'll be ahead of Kittle, but maybe close.
Kyle Pitts is a 5th round pick based on like literally nothing but hope. Like literally nothing but rainbows. Like
yeah, but Kyle Pitts is like a safe injection site. Like people like need like we've been conditioned to Kyle Pitts at this point, and we can't stop. Like the entire appeal of drafting Kyle Pitts is that it might still work, and you don't want to be on the outside looking in when it does because your sunk cost is so high. That's the Kyle Pitts appeal.
Then let me.
For the record, I'm drafting him.
I've got another thought experiment for you that I'm going to launch next, but let's go into this. This is a side part of the game tree. Kyle Pitts plays in 10 games. He gets injured. He's the tight end 6, exactly where he's drafted in points per game. He scores 4 touchdowns in the 10 games that he plays. He's got 1 mega nuke game. Let's call it 8 for 112 and 1. But also has 2 for 17 games in there. And he's basically okay. London plays pretty well. Bijan smashes. And Kirk is fine. You know, Kirk basically replicates his Vikings performance, but he only plays in 10 games. What happens to Kyle Pitts' ADP next year?
Probably goes down a bit. Probably like 7-8 turn-ish.
Yeah, this is basically the thesis statement for Pitts is that if you've done it for 3 years and then you're out this year, I mean you are basically, you just have no reason to get up in the morning any further. Yeah,
exactly. I would way rather lose money on Kyle Pitts again than this be the year that I don't have Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, absolutely the case.
Yeah, I was gonna Is it almost Denver wide receiver time or not yet?
We could. It's 13, 14. I mean, I basically stopped caring about ADP entirely at this stage of the draft. I'm just taking my dudes.
That's what I like to hear. I mean, I'm looking at the dudes that I'm staring at, and they're disgusting. So I would rather have Denver wide receivers than all of them. Ray Davis is probably a must if we can.
Yeah, we can just take Ray Davis here.
Yeah, I would be if the room allows us, I would be Ray Davis and a Denver wide receiver, I think.
Ray Davis, bang bang. All right. Where do you stand? Let's make this pick first. I think literally any of these guys I highlighted is fine. Baker, I like quite a bit. All right, we took Franklin last time. Should we take Mims this time?
I would do Franklin because Mims is like actually the ADP where he could come all the way back.
We could come back around. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Where do you stand on one Denver running back per draft?
Oh, I mean, extremely in favor of it. Yeah, some of my highest exposure guys. I love this setup. Certainly not the only one saying it. You've been saying it. Gretch has been saying it. I think we've all been saying it. They're going to throw to the running back constantly.
Did you read Sean's RotoViz article from earlier in the week?
I've not yet read it. No. What does it say?
One second. Run good, Rick. You make a great point. We have 170 concurrents, but 77 likes. Seems like a bit of an issue there. Seems like we could probably fix that. Basically, you guys should go read Sean's article on RotoViz to get the full in-depth. But effectively, he went through the entire history of Sean Payton with running backs from an expected points to running back situation and was basically like, a lot of these dudes, other than Kamara, have been bang average players. I mean, honestly, I think you could probably even put Ingram in that cat. Like, Ingram was good, but I don't think anyone was like, oh, Ingram's a Hall of Famer or anything like that. And basically was like, the amount of expected points to these running backs is going to be insane. It's clearly a little bit better in full PPR than on Underdog. So for like FFPC and stuff like that. But two of them together could smash. If three of them are all playing, one of them could still smash based on how much. Nix is the perfect quarterback to run the system. Totally. The crazy stat was Sean Payton has called plays for 17 years in the NFL and has never, not once, been outside the top 5 in receiving expected points to running backs, including last season when Russell Wilson hates to throw to running backs.
Yeah, I mean, all three of their primary running backs last year were in the top 10 in yards per route run at the position, which is crazy considering, some of them you wouldn't even consider to be great pass catchers. Yeah, I think that they are absolute smash picks. None of them are expensive. All of them are priced in a way that any one of them could hit in a 3-way committee. Yeah, I just disagree with this.
I disagree. I disagree with this too because
I disagree with actually every single thing that is in the chat right now. I'm more convicted about the Denver running backs than I am anything in fantasy football this year, and I'm convicted in 2 ways. One is that I'm very convicted that they're all good picks on a median level, and then 2 is that the Jaleel thing is a false flag operation, and it's a gift. He is a role player. He's going to play. He's 180 pounds. He was scaled up last year in weeks 4 to 6 and then scaled down after that. What Payton will do is he'll have a player in this archetype where he's like an early down pass game kind of scripted play situation back. I think he's going to see 10 to 15 snaps every week, and he'll have a really high touch rate per snap, which is fine. I think he can be a small win at his ADP on that. But I don't think that he has much room to expand. I don't know that Pirine makes the team.
Pirine is getting cut.
So that to me then leaves the other 80% of snaps entirely for Javonte and Estime. I think Estime is like the best pick because he's completely free in all of Underdog. But I think Javonte is an exemplary pick at his ADP as well. I think you want to be 25% level on Estime and like 20% plus on Javonte. And I'm fine with being like at the field on Jaleel, but I think he's a little bit of an island unto himself. The Javonte FUD, I'm like very appreciative of. To me, it's all based on like feel and vibes, and it's not based on
No,
anything particularly
Peyton does
tangible.
like Javonte. He's been
Right, he
caping
gave him a
hard for
million touches
Javonte.
last year.
Yeah. He's been big on it's a 2-year injury. He's feeling way better, yada, yada. All right, we are on the clock.
What's the quarterback situation? Oh, well, I guess we know who it's going to be, but yeah. Okay. We can do Baker, and then it gives us 2
Yeah, it gives us double
outs,
outs.
right?
Yep. All right. I've got a Sean Payton former team page to pull up, and I'm going to show you guys why you're all wrong and why all of these guys can hit. Obviously, a big part of this is predicated on Nick's being. Can Nick's be the 17th best quarterback in football? If he can, that is the predict. Like that part has to happen. If that part doesn't happen, yeah, it could be a nightmare. It could be a nightmare for everybody.
Yeah, Christopher. Look, normally I'm not one for vibes-based comps, but this one suits my argument. You're right. People did say the same thing about Josh Jacobs last year. Javonte Williams this year's Josh Jacobs. Look at that. Write that in ink.
50% is probably high. What do you want to do here? Which guy do you want to take?
I can only see Benson Ott. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but I would like to do a tight end.
Tight end. Otten, Sinnott, Jonnu, Chig.
Probably Otten or Jonnu. I don't know if any of those are correlated anyway. I don't think that they are, but whatever. We just need some routes.
They're not. Yeah, we just need some routes. All right. So this was the page I wanted to pull up. This is the 2012 New Orleans Saints. We got Ingram was the early down guy. That was like kind of one of his bad years. Like that would be your estimate role. Basically 156 carries, 5 touchdowns. That's kind of your estimate role. The Pierre Thomas role would be more the Javonte role, 105 rushes, 39 receptions, and then barely any carries for Sproles, but 7 touchdowns and 75 receptions as a receiver. It's not a one-to-one.
That's
Chris
the
Ivory,
dream. If you're a Jaleel Bowles, you're dreaming for Sproles.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So that is, and again, Sean Payton has been a coach for a long time. And we know. Yeah. Look, I'm not telling you you're wrong about this. The fact that he got a knee scope in minicamp, it's not great. It's not what you'd want for a guy that you've got 20%
doesn't
of.
get cut, I will probably be wrong on estimate. I'm betting on that he is cut.
Well, I spend a lot of my day worried about Samaje Perine getting cut and then landing back with the Cincinnati Bengals. That's like the worst. Don't rule this out.
Do you think it's bad that we like? I'm guessing you too, because I'm pretty familiar with your exposures. But do you think it's bad that like all of my highest owned running backs are Chase Brown and Broncos running backs, and I draft them together constantly? And all the Broncos running backs need Samaje Perine to get cut, but then if Samaje Perine does get cut, he's going to vaporize Chase Brown.
No, because Braylon, my other highest owned running backs are Warren, Braylon Allen, and Devin Achane. So they're fairly immune. But yeah, it's obviously not good. I mean, I'm refreshing Twitter. I've got a Perine Google News alert set up. Don't like it's really yes. I mean, sure. This also is true. You know, that the quarterback was Pro Bowl quarterback Drew Brees. I mean, yeah. This is fine. This actually almost feels like a win because I'll sacrifice the CEH bags just to keep Perine literally anywhere but Cincinnati. Anywhere.
I would happily take that because I have been not drafting Pacheco and not for any good reason. And I've not been taking as much CEH because I've just been shoveling, windmilling, etc. Audric Estime.
Audric Estime, yeah.
So the one thing that I will not do, I'll draft CEH. The one thing I have not submitted to that people really like to do in the
Carson Steele,
Tank Bigsby.
I respect myself too much for that. Perine could be a sneaky Jaguars guy, by the way.
Yeah, that would be bad for me, and that would make sense.
The thing about Perine and the reason why I'm still able to
over for Travis Etienne if that happens.
Well, the thing that allows me to sleep at night is that the Chargers could be a theoretical Perine team. The Cowboys could be a theoretical Perine team. There are multiple ways that it could end up being okay.
Yeah,
but yeah,
the Cowboys wouldn't be very good for me either.
No. All right. We are why? Because you're a Rico guy?
Yeah. I even take
I
Zeke,
think
actually.
I
I'm
think
above market on both of those guys.
yeah. Giants, yeah, Giants are a potential P Ryan team. Yeah, there are a lot of teams that only have two guys who are kind of NFL players where he could fit.
All right. I think we got our two guys in the queue, right?
B Knicks
I would
and
say
D
Knicks first for
Knox.
sure. Even
Yeah.
though he's got 3 quarterbacks, I got a
You
feeling
never
we're
you,
not
you
going to
never
lose
you
out on
never
Dawson
know.
Knox.
You never know.
Yeah.
All right. This team, I mean, other than the Shakir turn, it ended up being fine. I'd feel a
I think
lot
it's quite
better.
good. We have, I think you're solid, Steve Short. We have a Josh Allen quadruple stack,
Yeah.
Josh Allen quad stack with a bring back, Garrett Wilson bring back. Then we have a Bo Nix double with a Cincy bring back.
Since he bring
We
back.
have Dell and Mixon together. We've
Got
got
Fryermuth and Worthy.
Fryermuth, Najee, and Worthy.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, great team. I like
How did Leone turn out? How did Leone recover? Okay, he did double Dallas. He got
triple
Burton.
Dallas. He did triple Dallas.
He got
He
triple
went
Dallas.
Cooks, Zeke, Rico.
He got Burton with Burrow. He got Algier correlated to no one, just a good pick. He took Adam Thielen. Random Bateman pick. I'm not taking Bateman.
Leone took Zeke and Adam Thielen just to make sure that the brand was strong.
Yeah. Okay, our team that we ended up with, we took Garrett Wilson, Drake London, and Tank Dell to start. We took Josh Allen. We then took Joe Mixon. We got Xavier Worthy, Najee Harris, Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir setting up the Josh Allen stacks. We took Javonte to set up Knicks later. We took Chase Brown as a correlated pick there. We took Fryermuth correlated to Najee and to Xavier Worthy. Ray Davis with Allen. We took Troy Franklin and then Javon Baker to set up either of the rookie quarterbacks. Jonnu as our please God give us some tight end points. We got Knicks because May went 2 picks ahead, and then we took Dawson Knox.
The Shakir pick is kind of, well, I don't like it, but it's grown on me in the sense that Troy Franklin, Javon Baker are like total moonshots, like pretty good chance that one of those players scores 0 points for us this year. Khalil Shakir at the very least will be like out there doing stuff.
I'm not giving away a free sauce to Pepper Tony, but him taking Dallas Goedert there was the funniest thing that's happened to me this morning for sure.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see the clip of that. That was unbelievable. I can't wait to hear Leone's reaction once he comes on the screen.
He's not going to be happy. All right, you talk about this team and your draft for like 3 seconds. I have got to go take a leak.
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I think the squad is fun. I really enjoy doing the Josh Allen thing with Garrett because you can always stack Josh Allen pretty late in a lot of different ways. So you leave yourself paths if you get sniped. Wish we'd gotten James Cook. Why does everybody hate Shakir, Dan? Every expert is out on Shakir. I mean, on Shakir, yeah, it's just that you have concerns in kind of all directions. Career 14% targets per route run is pretty rancid. That's generally not at a super high ADOT either. And then you also have some routes concerns. Curtis Samuel's probably the only guy on that team I'm 100% sure is going to run a full route share. After that, it's a little bit iffy on who is comprising the rest of these sets between the two tight ends and Shakir and Coleman and the rest of the gang that they've got there. Yeah, just not betting on a 14% targets per run player in round 10. Am I still buying Xavier Legette? Absolutely. We just did it in the earlier stream.
What's the rodeo bit? You went to a rodeo?
Oh yeah, I was at the Calgary Stampede 2 weeks ago. And it was phenomenal. Thank you.
Is that what the CFL team is named after?
Yeah, Calgary Stampeders. That's correct.
Wow. You learn something new.
I'm surprised that Americans
Canadian
don't know about the Calgary
day.
Stampede. It's legendary. The entire city just becomes a party. Like there's like tents everywhere throughout downtown for like every different type of music that they pack thousands and thousands of people into every single night. There's like the whole carnival setup. There's the actual rodeo where people are committing like all sorts of unspeakable animal abuse on a daily basis. It was great. Greg's asked me how was the rave. I've been at a few,
You've
and
been
they're
living,
always
dude.
great.
You've been you're
Always.
that's a younger man's game. You're much younger than me.
Were you
You're
ever a rave guy, or were you just spinning the Grateful Dead albums in your basement?
No, not a rave guy. I mean, people forget because I've been on Twitter and in fantasy forever. People forget that I'm 32 years old. That I'm like actually like an old man. Like I wake up with a sore back. Like I've got a cut on the interior of my mouth right now, like a very small cut, and it's like just ruining my day. Like it's
I'm
just
only like
like
5 years younger than you. Like you could have been raving like a
you
decade ago
you
pretty easily.
you truly would be surprised how much those 5 years are going to catch up with you. Like when you look at
I'm
yourself in
not
the
looking
mirror,
forward to it.
when you look at yourself in the mirror at 27 and you look at yourself in the mirror in 32, the differences that that you will see. It's vast. It's vast.
Ouch.
If Devontae Adams goes to the Jets, he definitely should flip Garrett Wilson and ADP. I mean, there's no question in my mind. Devontae Adams is in for way more targets than Garrett Wilson if they play together.
Yeah, it's tough because without the Rodgers factor, like I'm pretty sure Garrett Wilson's a better player at this point in their careers.
I'm totally unwilling to concede that. I don't think that's true at all. I think Devontae Adams is until he shows me some age related decline. I can't co-sign on that.
Okay, maybe I'll try a different approach because I don't like disrespecting Devontae. I am a Devontae appreciator. I think that they are similarly talented, and one of them has substantially more age risk than the other. So, in a neutral environment, I would prefer Garrett if they're on the same team. But I fully acknowledge that if Rodgers gets his friend back, he's gonna do the Toy Story. I don't want to play with you anymore.
There's
Garrett
absolutely
Wilson.
no question. You think you want to talk about old guys being set in their ways? Let me tell you,
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers has no interest in learning the intricacies of where Garrett Wilson likes the ball to be thrown and how he adjusts on a hot route. And like Aaron Rodgers doesn't care about any of that shit. He wants to, I mean, it's like this is the Jalen Brunson thing. You just want to play with your buddies. You just want to play with your buddies.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers just wants to play with his buddies. Yeah. But yeah, and also as a fellow old guy, let me tell you.
You're the exact same age as Devontae, right?
Yes, yeah. Devontae Adams and I are the same age, which, to be honest, you want to talk about something that would make me think about readjusting my Devontae Adams exposure? It would be the fact that a small cut in my mouth is like literally making me miserable, and then thinking about what a 31-year-old NFL player would have to go to. Yeah. Technically, I'm not 32 yet. My birthday is in like 2 weeks. So Devontae Adams and I are the same age. We are the same age.
Look at that. I can chill here until Leone hops on. I think is he coming? What top of the hour here?
Yeah. I told him whenever. What's your plan? Andrew's body feels fine. It's his mental health that's trash. I mean, honestly though, that's a real thing too. Your brain gets a little bit slower. Your neuroplasticity is a little worse. You have to work harder to keep your brain functioning high. It's true. I would. That's my advice to all of you. What are you listening to these days, Jacob? What's you're still young enough to be listening to new music?
I'm pretty bad at keeping up with new music. I listen to new-ish music, but I feel like I'm always like a few years behind.
Yeah, same.
I've been like on a rave streak this summer, so I've been like trying to actually discover electronic music to listen to outside the context of being out, because I like never have before. Like I just will consistently listen to indie rock and then go out and hear stuff that I like and never pay attention to who wrote it or where it's from. And so I've been trying to get into that a little bit more. If anybody has recommendations, that would be really, really helpful for me. So would absolutely love that. Andrew says, did I listen to the Big Booty Mix one time on YouTube and now he's raving? Directionally accurate. that is directionally accurate.
Look, run good, Rick. Absolutely, I will be purchasing Huberman's book. I got to be honest with myself about who I am. And Andrew Huberman might not be the best dude on earth. In fact, I'd argue he probably isn't. But the dude knows how to biohack. If there's one thing that Andrew Huberman knows how to do, it's he knows how to biohack. And I will be so funny. I mean, what a good bit from him. He announces his pre-order book a year in advance. It doesn't come out until 2025. I mean, this dude is going to have made $25 million or something in pre-orders before the book ever goes live. He's going to be you, Jacob, are you into the Huberman, Galpin, lifting weights, getting sunlight in your eyes, cold tub? Do you do any of this stuff?
Oh, so I actually just did my first ever cold plunge like 2 weeks ago. And earlier, like going back to like February, I was seeing this woman who was extremely into cold plunging.
Okay.
And I thought it was pretty ridiculous. And then
you did it, and it literally was like better than drugs.
Well, so we ended up breaking up for reasons unrelated to the plunge. But then my friend, she's dating this, also was dating this guy who was also extremely into cold plunging. And then they ended up breaking up. And so one night we were just like hanging out and we were commiserating on how annoying cold plunging was and how annoying the people on Instagram like shilling cold plunge at me was. And we were being slightly mean about it. And then eventually, after talking about that for like an hour, we were like, what if we went on an investigative mission and we cold plunged, but we did it ironically just to see like what these people are up to. And so we went 2 weeks ago and it was one of the best experiences of my life. And I will be going like on a weekly basis going forward.
It's so
I was
good, man.
completely incorrect about cold plunging. And honestly, I was thinking about giving that girl a call.
How did you go to like a business where you do it, or yeah?
Yeah, I'll shout it out.
You're in California, right?
No, I'm in Vancouver. I'm Canadian.
I thought you lived in California.
I do not live in California.
I could have literally sworn you lived in Cal. I think that was what I thought was the genesis of you ending up in the wrong place after the FFPC trip. Rand
Asler.
You thought
that I flew to LA by accident and that I never left. Like I just stayed there.
No, I don't know. I thought maybe you lived in Berkeley or something. I literally, okay. I don't know. Have I looked in the legitimacy of his allegations? I mean, here's the thing: the allegations are not like he assaulted anyone. It's basically just that he's a fuckboy. I mean, really, these are the allegations against Andrew Huberman: is that he lies to women, but lies to them in a very weird way, where he lies to them for like emotional intimacy. It's very bizarre and paints the picture of a very complicated person. But I don't think it's the allegations of someone who's like an evil monster. So I've not looked into the allegations because I didn't. Yeah, hey, I was wrong about cold plunging and a couple other things. I mean, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I went to a business. It was called Gatherwell. So for people in the PNW, hit it up. But yeah, you like, it's like basically just took like a parking lot, honestly, and then they put up like a bunch of lovely smelling cedar everywhere, and they got like 2 saunas, and they have 3 pools, and they have like lights and stuff, and they play like calming music, and you can do guided or self-guided. I figured like if we're going full on investigative here, we're gonna do guided.
Interesting.
And so she made the entire like theme about belonging. And so it's like a group of like 8 of us, and we like go through the different stages, and we like talk about what belonging means to us. And honestly, it was beautiful. Like I'm not gonna lie, it was fantastic. The first time I hopped in the pool, it was horrendous. Like it was so cold and so painful. And then by the second time, I immediately got it, and the third time, I could have been in there for years. Like I was so serene. It was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, like my experience with it is that I've done it at like literally like my property. Like I've done it like with just ice in my bathtub, and then I actually last winter I just I cleaned out a 60-gallon garbage can. I just wiped it all out with bleach or whatever, and then just like left it out in the snow all winter. And it's very like, especially first thing in the morning, insane, like so gnarly, so like such a gnarly experience. But
Because what I've
I
done pretty
believe in it.
frequently is like in the winter or in the early spring, like, I live like a 5-minute walk from an ocean. So I'll just like
Humble brag,
dive in
dude.
there first thing, but I'll do it quick. Like I won't do the actual plunge. I'll just like get the quick rush. And it's better than a coffee. But the plunge tub, all in now. So maybe the next step is I call up that woman and I start lying to her to gain emotional intimacy. Maybe that's the move. I don't know. We'll see.
I would not, me personally, I wouldn't recommend it. Like that's maybe that's it's kind of like being a best ball tout, where it's kind of like do as I say, not as I do. Like you see me taking Khalil Shakir ahead of ADP, don't do that. Just because I do it, doesn't necessarily mean that it's the most advisable avenue to take. Yeah, that's what I got. Yeah, we call that the full human. What are your plans for high stakes stuff this year? Are you getting after the main event?
Yeah, I haven't settled everything up. I have a guy that I usually do at least one main with and a bunch of the 350s. I assume we'll probably do that again. Ron and I usually do a few streams on the NFC stuff, and then I know we're going to do at least one main with Liam. And then beyond that, we will see. I probably have some level of free agency to tack on, maybe one or two more beyond that, but we'll see. I was just thinking about it the other day that I've got to start getting my
it kind of snuck up on me.
Spreadsheet in gear, figuring
out. It kind of stuck up. Ron Stewart also. This is you want to talk about how funny the YouTube stuff is. Like obviously, like I'm aware of Ron, but he's not part of like my my inner circle of fantasy football friends or whatever. And I'm just kind of learning about the space or whatever. And Ron has 40,000 YouTube subscribers and kills it. Like his thumbnails are great. He does the great mix of highly produced, edited videos and the live drafts. So I need to learn Ron Stewart, buddy. I need to have him on the channel.
Ron is like an absolute goat of the YouTube medium. Like he has that shit down to an art form, and everybody would have plenty to learn.
Yeah, he's really good. I mean, my whole shtick with this stuff is like I'm just gonna be Peter, but like as myself, like the Peter dressed as Davis, but me doing Peter dressed as Davis as the bit, like 3 layers into the bit, and that'll work. But I need to learn more, and apparently I need to learn from Ron.
Before I log off, I need to hear Leone's reaction to getting sniped on Dallas Goedert by a non-badge member taking his third tight end after he thought he was so cute setting up his Brandon Cooks bring back.
I did. I felt so sharp. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna play this room."
Everyone was complimenting you. The whole chat was thirsting after you, being like, "Oh my God, Leone's drafting a monster. He's this dude's cooking." And the badgeless bro ended you. Yeah. Yeah, run good, Rick. You're absolutely correct. I need to get to the edited videos. Jacob, thinking about thinking, and tell people where to get more of your content, please.
Thinking about thinking. It's just my name.substack.com. I'm sure you could Google thinking about thinking and probably be able to find it as well. You can find me on Twitter, also just my name, and that's pretty much the deal. Thanks for having me on. It was fun. We got 2 beautiful teams. I
need to label the team before you leave.
Make sure that I get my $12.50 of EV, please.
Absolutely.
And good luck with Leone. I hope that the chat is kinder to you guys. We don't have a bunch of the badgeless stealing your Dallas Goederts going forward.
All right, beautiful, Jacob. Thank you very much for hopping on. I appreciate you, and Leone, my man.
What's up? Nice article by Jacob the other day.
We talked about it. We used it in drafting our team, and his article
we were pretty similar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his article had a lot of conclusions that were similar to yours about what to do with the wide receiver avalanche.
Yeah, our drafts were pretty similar that we were just in.
Yes, correct. All right, man. How's it going? Thank you for hopping in. Classic Herzig, man. Just like the guy's living the goddamn dream. He's like, oh, sorry, dude. I told you I could do it, but turns out I'm playing in a golf tournament this morning. So,
Oh man,
shout
just in
out.
so many golf tournaments, he doesn't even bother putting them on the
forgets.
calendar.
I mean, look, I could pretend to be mad, but obviously I could not pretend to be mad because I've done similar things like that in my life a million times where I've been like, oh yeah, no, totally, I'm there. And then it turns out that I actually am not there and I'm unable to join.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. What can you do? All right.
2 days in a row for us.
2 days in a row. I mean, look, I know you're a busy man, so I appreciate it. I'm gonna tweet out this link right now. So why don't you tell people the thing you are most excited about this upcoming season in Establish the Run coverage?
Most excited about just, continuing to improve our sims for DFS. Like if we're talking DFS season, I guess it would be the sims and improving those and possibly doing those for, more formats than just the classic main slate.
Oh, some showdown simulations on the solver?
Possibly, we're working on some stuff. So possibly some of the non-main slate classic slates too will get added. We did some of those last year, like the Thanksgiving slate, but we might do that a little bit more regularly with like the early slates and the afternoon slates.
Okay, sick. I mean, Sims for Showdown. People forget you were one of the progenitors of Showdowns for Sims. All on your lonesome, all by yourself.
I had a shitty sim that let me win because I just played 5-1s before other people did, and then Cody ruined it by talking about 5-1s ad nauseum, and that was that.
Man, you want to talk about a guy who just loves to be a virgin. Cody at CMain7, great dude, but the willingness to which he is like, yeah, dude, all I care about is getting projected ownership on golfers, right? Shout out to him. All right, let's go ahead and hop in. Is it going to let me? It might not let me do it. The last two I've had to do it on my phone. Oh, there we go. See, it's very spotty. I've had to what web browser do you use?
I use Chrome. I've been having a lot of issues with the location stuff with Underdog though. Is that what your issue is?
Oh,
or is it
sick. We got a 1-1. No, my issue used to be on I would use Brave browser, which is like it's the crypto browser. Like it's like fully private. It's for it's got like an ETH wallet.
No, it's gonna take my data.
Yeah, exactly. But it basically like it was too private. So anything where you had to have your location, even if I turned the location settings on, it couldn't work. So I had to switch back. To Chrome for streaming purposes.
Got it. All right. I'm a CMC 101 guy. How about you?
Yeah. I mean, come on.
Okay.
Come on.
There's some CD 101 people.
Well,
out there.
those people are wrong, Michael. Those men. There's all the in this day and age in 2024, you can find an opinion for anything. If you'd like to find an opinion that could make you mad, I promise you that you could find it. But there really is not a good argument to not any argument about not taking Christian McCaffrey is basically what if. It's like what
the only thing I'll say, sometimes it lines up nicely if you get like Devonta at the turn, and then you can get like Dak Ferguson sometimes together at like 8-9, and it can come together nicely. But I wasn't even thinking that far. I was basically thinking positionally, if you take Lamb, then you can take A-Chain at 2-3 and not be worried about the wide receiver avalanche. Yeah. A lot of non-badges.
Usually
the screen drafts I like.
I think taking Tyreek at 1 is bad. I think it's worse than taking Lamb at 1. I think it's not very good. Leone,
too, it's like, I mean, just take Tyreek when you get the third pick.
Tyreek when you get the third pick. Yeah, it feels pretty simple. Who would you take at pick 3 in like a redraft league, like your home league with all your buddies. They love like they want to take Joe Mixon in the 3rd round. Who do you take at pick 3?
Dude, I might take Bijan.
That's Paul mentioned this earlier, and I told him it's not insane.
Do an FFPC draft. If you have pick 3 and you take Bijan, I think you're happier than if you take Tyreek by the end.
So
of
we are in our very first the old Daily Roto boys. We deposited in 2018 and we're still rolling them over. Like we can't get off this website. And
Ponzi.
It is the FFPC Ponzi. We took Tyreek at 5 because someone took Bijan at 3. All right, we do have multiple people in the stream. Dylan here is at the 102. I think Peppertoni, the guy who took Goddard from you in the last one, I think he's probably watching.
He's a 0 RB guy, and apparently a 3 tight end by round 10 guy.
Apparently, why Bijan over Brees? I mean, Falcons are going to be better offense than the Jets. Really, that simple. I think.
Brees is awesome too. I just got the feels for Bijan of it, like being like, oh, this is CMC for the next 5 years.
I love a Leone vibes based play.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing better than when a math guy gives you a vibes based play, because then you know there's just something in the force there. There's just something that is indicating that it's the move.
Yeah, and Gretsch is like even more aggressive than me. He like almost has them the same already this year. I'm not quite that far because I do want to see it a little bit, but man, I don't know. I think the offense is going to be good. They play in a dome. I think he could get like that Kyron Williams type usage too, except he's Bijan Robinson and not Kyron Williams,
right?
Which is, kind of crazy to think about.
That feels relevant. That feels like it might be. That feels like the difference between those two guys is like Algier and Cordell Patterson were involved. Jonnu Smith is getting. Yeah, I mean, I do think this. I basically think Algier, who is LaDainian Tomlinson's backup? That's kind of like it's irrelevant, I think, basically.
Yeah. In a weird way, Algier becomes interesting now as like this upside handcuff. Like before he was like usable weeks with no upside.
Yes. He was like Zach Charbonnet or whatever. All right, we are on the clock. I think
we did go.
I think it's definitely.
Wait, can you click on wide receiver for me here? You're a cup stand, right? Oh my God, how are you not taking Devontae Smith here? Get DJ Moore out of here.
We can take Devonta Smith. I don't care.
Okay, cool. I was like, how did all these receivers go? And you've just
because I draft off my rankings, bro.
All right. I don't care about you. You pick the next receiver. This will be a team.
I'll actually do Cup because I am trying to balance that a little bit more. I've got way more DJ because that's how I have them ranked. I have way more DJ Moore than
you must have a ton of DJ Moore if you're drafting him where he's ranked.
I think 13%.
That's it, really? I guess it depends what pick you draw.
Well, and I update, like this is my most recent rankings update.
So you update it based on the exposures you want to get, kind of?
No, I update it. I've got a lot of them. Yeah, I've got 15%. So yeah, that's
not crazy though. I would have thought you would have been in the 20s.
But also I do stuff like that. Like I balance it on purpose.
Yeah.
Like
I've got like 25% Devonta Smith. He's like my highest owned player right now.
That's kind of interesting. Do you have him ranked ahead of Waddle and Neighbors?
I've got him ranked like right there. I think I do have him like slightly ahead. I usually take Waddle before him though, or I would just never get Waddle if I didn't. And some of that's from earlier in the draft season when he was going like he was going like middle end third for a little bit there.
Did you not learn your lesson last year with taking number 2 wide receivers on their team in the second round?
I'm back at it. They did fine.
They didn't. They actually did bad. They actually did really bad. They were actually like basically the worst picks on the board.
Was
like
Waddle that bad?
Yeah, Waddle. I think Waddle was like a 9% advance rate guy or something like that.
Yeah, that's not great.
And T Higgins was worse.
T Higgins was bad. Devonta 81 for 1066 and 7 in 16 games. I mean, that's not bad, dude.
I mean, like I liked him. Like I liked Devonta Smith. I'm not not saying he's a bad
Also,
pick,
we
but
didn't get there is still an element of the guy in front of them could get hurt. You know, we're not banking on it, but it didn't
sure.
happen in any of those 3 scenarios last year.
Yeah, you know, this is like a Hayden Winks article from like 3 years ago, but it's like contingent value isn't the thing, it's the only thing. Like if like really like each individual draft kind of tells the story of a season type thing, where it's like, yeah, I mean, if you knew AJ Brown was out in week 17, like if all the information you knew was AJ Brown's not playing in week 17, that moves Devonta up at least like a tier of player.
Yeah. And Waddle's like yards per out run stuff improved. He just missed some time here and there.
Yeah, I'm purely doing devil's advocate. I like both of those guys.
I think it's a fair thing to bring out. A lot of people ask about that, especially given that it was. I mean, those guys. I mean, Higgins kind of flopped. The other two though were like not good, but not terrible.
You could come up for reasons why I mean, T was injured. T's quarterback got injured. It was just kind of a lost season for the Bengals, irrespective of what Higgins was doing individually. I like to call T Higgins Josh Palmer with a better publicist, but that's just because I don't like the Bengals and I'm biased against T Higgins.
You didn't like my Bengals stack that I did the last
I did. Michael, I'm biased against T Higgins because I played him in cash and started him in the FFPC main event playoffs for the zeros. So I'm biased against him, and
he's done it twice. The rug
he's done it twice.
Yeah.
Which really should just be more of a Bengals thing. Really, it's more of why are the Bengals dickheads? It's honestly, it's more of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed this. I've seen this a couple times where Hurts has come all the way back around to this pick if the AJ Brown drafter doesn't take him. That is another reason why I like to take Devonta there, is you think there's like a 5%.
Yeah, I agree, because I think Hurts is one of the most undervalued players. It can be kind of tough to fit him in drafts, but like I took him naked, as you saw, like the last draft when he fell to the 4-5 turn, probably tilted the hell out of the Devonta drafter.
All right, we are on the clock. I think pretty clear what we should do.
Oh my God, just whatever.
No, what do you want to do? I'm not.
Go by 80. Go to wide receiver. I mean, I can't. You got me giving me nothing to work with here.
Oh, sorry. No. This is by ADP.
I can see receiver. 3 players at a time. So
McLaurin, Hollywood, Keenan.
No, we can do. Well, now we're doing it because we're not taking Mahomes. So
that was Michael. That was not on me, Michael. The screen was shared. I had it sorted by ADP.
I think that's cool. That's cool. I like it.
That I won't. The chat thinks that I do this. They think that I only show. They think that I overrule everyone, and I want that clearly to show that I did not overrule anyone. I
overruled Davis on Devonta Smith. He didn't.
No, I think this is a nut start. This is a very good start to a team. You get McCaffrey as your anchor. You've got crazy high ceilings at wide receiver, and you've got Mahomes, Hollywood. This is a good start.
Yeah, I like it. Hopefully we get the...
This is the only spot I overrule people. Is it?
It's the 4-5. So the 6-7 turn is so high variance. Like you can break the absolute nuts here or be like major tilting based on how many running backs go.
Yeah, the thing is when it's sorted
I can only see KC players. It's like...
Look, my operational philosophy for this season, I actually agree with your Eagles stuff, because I had been meaning to mention this when we were talking about Devonta Smith. You know, basically everyone has a bad taste in their mouth from the Eagles from last season, how they ended. You know, they lose a home game to the Buccaneers, and people have a bad memory of Kellen Moore. What if Kellen Moore had gotten hired to be the Eagles offensive coordinator last year? I mean, we would have been like, we're taking Hurts in the second round. Devonta Smith is 16th overall. Barkley's we loved Kellen Moore. We thought Kellen Moore was the greatest play caller in the history of football. What if the Chargers were just always going to be a dumpster fire, and whoever took that job was going to get fired?
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so talented though. Between Hurts, Devonta, and AJ Brown, it's a shitload of talent. We know Kellen Moore has schemed up some like pretty high end offenses and fast paced offenses in the past. So I think there's too much recency, but I think there's some recency bias on the QB stuff too. People are afraid to take these QBs early, but like Allen and Hurts specifically, like those dudes can average like 26 points per game. I mean, that's gonna, and then you only have to take 2 quarterbacks. Like I do like taking 3 stacked quarterbacks in the mid-tier rounds. Like I love that build structurally, but I mean, sometimes it's just like the left end of the bell curve, right? Like Allen Hurts dominate and your team advances at a higher rate than expected just because you have that player on your team.
I completely agree. I think, and the other point I was getting to is that I think that, and this is actually a good point. Keenan was a super smash with Kellen Moore last year. Yeah, people are saying this in the chat, like one of the worst offensive coordinators in league history. Yeah, like I agree. I think Kellen Moore,
they got figured out. You know,
they did get figured out, and Hurts was playing with a bum knee. I mean, I think that has almost been completely forgotten about in the context of what was happening. Is he injured his knee and soldiered through it, and it clearly was limiting his production. And it seemed to me like it was limiting his ability to drive his throws down the field,
and
which is an issue.
I mean, AJ Brown's first half of the year, I just remember in DFS, people were like, "You're too low on AJ Brown. You're too low on it." Like every week, I mean,
he had 8 consecutive 125-yard games.
Yeah, 131, 175, 127, 131, 137, 130. Like those are all in a row. I mean, just
yeah. If you cut AJ Brown's season off here, you're like, oh, so we're taking AJ Brown first overall, I guess.
Yeah, like he's going top 5.
Yeah. So all of that is to say,
this
the
room's
other
not
point,
breaking good for us.
No, it's not. Yeah, Brian Thomas at 64. Get ready to learn poverty, buddy. The other point I wanted to make is that I believe this is going to be a Mahomes MVP year. I think they are going to be 711 pass attempts, 5,000 passing yards, 47 passing touchdowns. That's like kind of my operational philosophy that is guiding a lot of my stuff this year. And if you don't believe it, you're not going to agree with my rankings, and you're not going to agree with a lot of the ways I construct my teams. And that's fine. It's a beautiful game. I bet I've said this 37 times on this stream that they lost the home playoff game to the Buccaneers. All right, Michael, we are on the clock. I will sort by ADP. This is
that
what
was
we
not
were
a home
looking
playoff
at.
game.
It might not have been. I don't know.
It's just, we're in shambles here with this wide receiver. We got nothing at wide receiver.
Keon Coleman.
Oh, we're taking Keon Coleman, dude.
Yeah.
Love it. Keon Coleman and a running back we probably got to do, right? Like I'm off Addison right now.
Yeah, I agree. We could take Ingram. I don't love it.
Take Rashad White. I know you probably hate it. I think you'd take Rashad White and we do like a 4 running back team.
Rashad or
hyper fragile. I would take Rashad, but whatever you want, you pick the one you want.
Don't ever let it be said on this stream that I don't. The Bucks were at home. Yeah,
the Bucks won the division, but it was like I remember the second half of the game was like no adjustment. They were just having Hurts and shotgun. They were not They were just blitzing the hell out of them, and they weren't bringing in extra blockers. And it was just like I remember being like, I mean, I obviously had the fakest sharp take of all time, which is their Eagles are going to be fine. They're the better. Like it was ignoring the vibes, and you can't, if you're betting NFL games, you cannot ignore vibes like that. And I was with you. Yeah, I ignored the vibes. AW making amazing points. CD smashed twice. Keenan giga smash. Mike Williams was on pace to smash before he got injured. Yeah, I agree. Also true. Everyone rags on Miami for just quitting in that game, and Philly quit they quit way harder. They quit. They threw Hurts to the wolves, and then he finally wasn't there a touchdown they finally got, and there was some like BS penalty, and then it like really unraveled.
I honestly that has been blanked out of my memory because I might not have even watched the whole thing. Really,
it was an ugly game.
Yeah. Man, the 6'7" Keon Coleman, Rashad White. That is why you don't make the Mahomes pick.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love making you
I mean,
squirm. But that's what I mean. Like the 6-7, dude, we were a pick away from, like, if we get Kittle JSN there,
yeah,
I mean,
we're laughing.
like, because Rashad White and Kenneth Walker sometimes go in round 6. Like, it's like we get Kittle JSN. Yeah, like you said, we're laughing to the bank. So I love picking early. Like, I think it's worth the variance. And, sometimes it breaks poorly, but like you can build some absolute monsters from there.
You just need it. You just need it to break. You just need it to break your way. I mean, you just need. I mean, look at the piss. Look at the piss in 6th round. I mean, it went full ship chasers, like JSN at 70.
We were in trouble when Rice and Worthy went in round 5. Like, that was a bad sign. That was like the first trickle of snow down the mountain.
Mike Williams might be one of the few guys I like legit have 0 of.
You'll be shocked to know that I have not full faded him.
I was gonna say, I bet you've got a 4% exposure blanket.
I've got 9% Mike Williams
because you take.
I took him too much early.
Well, I was gonna guess Bills bringbacks.
Yeah, I took him too much early, but now sometimes we were talking about yesterday. Like, sometimes they, like, injured guys have like a really wide range on where they go. So sometimes he just falls a ton and I take him. But yeah, Bill stuff. Yeah. I'm not opposed to the Rodgers backdoor stuff too. You can get
Williams, Rodgers, Corley,
Mike Williams,
if you're in jail. I can explain, like, I'm 5 what the Jacquard tree is. I don't know what Jabroni projections are, but the Jacquard tree is basically a graphic that shows you how much you diversify your teams. It's much more complex and mathematical than that. But when someone says Jacquard, it basically means I made a bad pick or a pick I don't make to have a team that looks different than my other teams.
I had Sacrilegious send me my Jacquard thing, because I don't think we were diversified. You'll be shocked to know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I drafted that way last year. I bet our Jacquards were like overlapping last year, and I can't live that way anymore. Do you have anyone relevant that you're 0% on?
0. Oof. It's hard to tell because I can't see the guys that I have 0 of,
So that's what I run into too. I can know from how I draft. There are a couple guys I just never take. Although
I have 4% Pickens, and that's probably not going to get higher.
Right. We are about up on the clock.
Like Jonathan Taylor and Saquon are pretty close to 0.
Can we please take Brock Bowers?
I guess so. You seem like you really want to, so
I do. We need some upside at tight end.
We need a tight end. It's at ADP. Yeah, I mean, let's do some Brock Bowers.
All right, Bowers by ADP, Moss, quarterbacks, which we don't need.
What's that wide receiver?
Lockett. Is that wide? Lockett. This is the classic wide receiver pocket.
So we have Devonta, Kupp, Hollywood. Do you want to like legit go 4 running backs and take Moss, or?
Sure.
Wait, what? Yeah. Are we good on buys with Moss? I do actually care when I'm only taking 4 running backs.
Yeah. Yes, we are good.
Let's do a 4 running back team.
So this
is an excuse to not have to take Tyler Lockett and Josh Palmer.
That was an example of me getting off of 0% of a guy. Like, obviously I had 0% of Moss for a long time, because this is not true. Moss is not going to win that job, and he's not going to be a very good fantasy asset. But I do need to hedge my bets, because if Chase Brown is going to be your most drafted running back and you leave yourself with less than the field of his backup, you are actually just asking to get killed. Like, you're just asking to get smoked. So
are you worried that they didn't play Chase Brown at all on like passing down snaps? Like, people think of him as this passing down play, and like they did not trust him in those situations.
Well, first off, I really appreciate you using Aren't You Worried unironically. And I'm going to address this next in chat. But 2 things. The first is Chase Brown was a perfectly cromulent pass blocker in college. In his draft class, he had the 2nd best PFF pass block grade. The second thing is the coaching staff last year, I mean, they said it. They were like, yeah, we do not trust him to pass protect for Joe Burrow. The other thing is all of the things the coaches said about Chase Brown in minicamp was He's done a great job on his pass blocking. He's really improved. We're really proud of him. He's taken big strides like that. Like Zach Taylor was asked about Chase Brown, and that was the first thing he said. And then when they talked to Zach Moss, they were like, 100%, we expect it to be a timeshare. Like I expect to share time with Chase Brown. To address Mr. John, I don't think missing on Shaheed at 97. Like, what is the projectable difference between Shaheed and a guy we're going to take at 150? It's really not going to end up being that big. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I like Shaheed. He definitely serves a purpose, but I don't think he has like this massive ceiling.
Correct.
Like he has a nice weekly upside with the big plays, but I don't think he has like, oh, this dude has 1,200 yards receiving. I do want to say your use of cromulent was perfectly cromulent. I looked up the definition. You were spot on.
It's from The Simpsons, man. It's from
first used in the U.S. animated television series The Simpsons.
Yeah. They got that word put in the Oxford English Dictionary and embiggen.
That's so crazy. Cromulent to the dictionary, making it official with the made-up term that first appeared in a 1996 episode. Wow. I think Moss is maybe got a little bit more juice than you're giving him credit for. I mean, they used him as an absolute workhorse in Indy, and he had some bell cow massive weeks. So
Moss has been dog shit for 85% of his career, and I appreciate Slime Santana for pointing that out. People.
True. I mean, I'm a Bills fan. Did it just come off the board, or did I glitch? No.
Moss, that is the thing that people look. I think Moss probably will be the goal line back. Like I think he probably will get that will be how it starts. I don't disagree. He doesn't. This is what I want to push back on. He's a shit pass catcher. He had 35 targets last year. He had a 45 PFF pass catching grade with 5 drops. He is not a good pass catcher. And Reeves' research has always borne this out that good running backs, talented running backs, pace and space running backs are asked to block way less often than you think. They are running routes. That is what is important. And
you
sure,
also have to be on the field for those snaps. I mean, it's not.
There's a reason why Chase Brown is the RB 38, and I wouldn't be taking if he was the RB 27 and Moss was the RB 38. I'd totally go the other way. I would be a humility based drafter there. I mean, JJ's research has borne this out for a decade. When it's an ambiguous spot, you always take the cheaper guy.
Yeah, but I mean, ADPs change over time. It's not
sure.
Not playing the same game.
People forget Fournette will be on that team by week 6 for the LSU connection. People forget.
All right, what are we thinking?
I mean,
we got one more running back. Put this thing to bed.
Yeah. There's definitely a pick I would like to make that you're not going to be on board with.
I mean, I can only see one player at a time. So far I've seen Shakir and Chase Brown.
Okay. These are the quarterbacks. We are good at quarterback. Purdy, Lawrence, Goff, Herbert. Running backs.
I know who I want to take too.
By ADP, Corum, Elliott, Chase Brown, Ford, Sharbs. Wide receiver, Shakir, Wicks, Judy, Downs.
I like Goddard a lot.
Yeah,
I love the Bowers. I've gone Bowers, Goddard a ton, and then just been finished. Then we're also finished at tight end because this can be a 10 wide receiver team. It's gonna be beautiful.
I don't know about 10.
We could do it. We could go old school. What about Corum? Dude, doesn't Corum fit this perfectly? Like,
yes. Yeah, he does. It's also good on our buys as well.
I don't have a ton of Corum, but I feel like he fits this hyper. Like we're only taking 4 running backs.
And then Judy probably. Wicks went.
I don't care. I guess Judy gives us some backdoor stack capability. So probably makes sense to go Judy. I would take Goddard.
Okay, ship it. And then welcome to the team.
And then legitimately take 10 wide receivers.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
We're going very old school. I do not do this very often for the record.
How many fast puppies? I think I've done like 30. I don't know. Well, let me check. I will tell you guys how many I've done. Leone, are you sick enough to be doing fast puppies, or do you value your time more?
I value my time more.
I've done 24. So not as many as I thought.
Before the streams, I've been doing mostly slow, so I wanted to get in a couple fast before the stream, which is how I ended up in your draft. I did 2 at once, and like my picks ended up being at the exact same time.
Yeah,
and it was dicey.
Shahid and Quorum or Moss and Judy.
Well, we have Quorum, so.
But he's saying we
We don't have Judy. Oh, he means over Goddard.
That's what we would have done. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Shahid and Quorum is better. I will
I'm so
grant
confused though, because we have one player on each side of that.
But he's saying both would have been possible with the selections that we made. Like we would have taken Shahid at 9 and then Quorum at 10, or we would have taken, and then we took Moss.
For this team, I think Moss and Judy is better.
Yeah. Thoughts on registering for a bunch of slows on both platforms? Yeah, I mean, I think it's really good. I think you absolutely should do this if you are committed to drafting a lot of teams.
I don't have it in me to milk the clock.
You don't even have to do it milking it on purpose. This is what you have to do if you want to have sane mental health during slow draft hell. Is you have to have scheduled times to sit down.
You just check 3 times to ensure you never get timed out.
Yeah.
And you just draft then and you ignore it the rest of the time.
Yeah, like right now I'm on the clock in like 11 drafts or whatever, but like I'm not going to go make these picks right now. I will do it. What I'll do is I'll get done here and I will go and have my lunch and I will be taking in my protein and then I will make, 18 picks or whatever. And then I will continue about my day.
I love that you just had to get this taken in my protein. Dude, I had my Fairlife Core Power shake before this episode.
You think I'm having carbohydrates with my lunch, Michael? Think again.
I'm been working with a nutritionist actually, and we're big on taking in carbs, but I run.
But you run, yeah. I don't run. I don't. That's my biggest flaw as a fitness person is I just really hate to run.
So being lazy and using the Fairlife pre-made shakes, am I gonna die? Cody says I'm not going to.
No, you're not going to die. I mean, that would be a big Lane Norton thing. Is like people definitely demonize, sucralose and things like that. Far too much. There's not a ton of evidence that they're like going to give you cancer. All right, we can talk more about that in a second. We are about up on the clock. We need to start. This is actually, Leone, this is honestly a pretty good team. This is a pretty good team.
I would have liked Pearsall there. I don't really take Pearsall actually, but I think it would have fit this team. Okay.
We've got Mahomes at quarterback. We've got Bowers and Goddard at tight ends. We're done at tight end. These are probably wide receiver picks.
Houston, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. Oh, Judy would have been a Cleo. Oh, we should have gone Judy. I can't believe I told you to take Goddard. I fucked that up. I didn't even look at the correlation. Do you not like Dotson?
Dotson's fine.
I mean, Burden's fine too.
We got him.
We got 2 in a row, right? I mean, just you want to do Dotson, Burden? Okay.
Ship them.
I've done 3 straight drafts where I've gotten Burden, which is weird.
So yeah, Twitter is gonna say you're gonna die if you're gonna do the Fairlife. I will say what I do is I do the ultra filtered fat free Fairlife with a scoop of whey protein.
I need to start doing that. I have that. Like I make an oatmeal in the morning and I use that milk for the oatmeal. The ultra filtered.
I used to do that, and honestly, it's so gross in oatmeal. It just does not.
It's like cereal, kind of.
Yeah.
But if you do the instant oatmeal, like you can do the healthy instant oatmeal, it meshes together better.
If I'm on my shit, which I'm only kind of on my shit right now. Obviously, people understand this is the first time I've ever really worked in my life, so I'm not 100% on my shit right now. But when I'm really on my shit, I don't eat carbohydrates at all until dinner.
Oh wow, okay.
So I don't eat before I train either.
I just signed up for a 50-mile race in Sonoma in the spring. I'm pretty
sick.
Pretty jacked about it.
Honestly, I really mean this. Like I love the concept of running. I love like the Goggin shit, like the total mastery.
Goggin, but yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't. And I don't either, but I do. Like, it's like, I understand he's like a character.
I
Or
like
whatever.
parts of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm like, yeah, team do hard thing, but he's NCAA. Have you been playing NCAA?
No. So this is what's so goddamn annoying is I actually am like an adult and I got to be like on calls and do these like I've played like 3 cumulative hours since it came out. Like this is you probably relate to this as a father with a job, dude. It gets to be about 7:00 after my day. I'm just beat, dude. I'm just so tired.
I found me and my buddies got into Madden for the first time in a while, and we had like an epic franchise that went like 10
so
seasons.
like so fun, dude.
And when it hits, it's great. But there were so many times where it's like, do I get a good night's sleep or do I play Madden? And those user games, man, you get wired. So like, even if it only takes an hour, like it's hard to go to sleep. You're wired.
I actually don't know the answer to this question. Did you start distance running kind of immediately, or were you like a casual runner for a while beforehand?
So I ran in high school cross country. So I'd always run long distance. I did not run like almost all in my 20s, and I picked it back up when I was 30. And definitely, you always want to start light when you pick it up, whether you've done it before or not. Definitely the mistake people make is they try to go too far and too fast. Like you can do walk, run combination. I'm sure Davis will show you some zone 2 stuff.
I mean, that's basically my push it cardio training is the Stairmaster because I can be on my phone.
Yeah. But I got Daigle to sign up for this race with me, so we'll see if we can do it.
Yeah, Mike, the answer to this is yes. No, they are.
Oh, is ETR. I saw Mike and I thought it was like, is Mike doing CFB ranks?
Yes.
I'm like, no.
Yeah, Alex and Sean will have them up whenever their best ball product goes live. Now, I think the Underdog best ball contest is going to be filled by then. So to our friends at Underdog, if you are listening, which I hope you are, make it bigger. 50K to first, 250K prize pool, and do 50K to first. All right, Michael, we are about up on the clock. We are.
This team needs Adam Thielen.
It doesn't. It actually doesn't. What if I could interest you in a short king? What if we added a short king to our roster?
What do you want, Wandale?
Or
how do you have Troy Franklin ranked that high? That's so preposterous.
Is it preposterous, or do you just not believe in the shower narrative?
Okay, who are we taking? Because we're running out of time.
I think we
can take Wandale. You can take your short king first. Wait, are we thinking about backdoor stacks here at all? Like, what do?
That's why I like the Denver guys, because that opens up. We've got dimes. Sure,
we got dimes as an option.
What do I care?
What's at quarterback?
Rodgers, Watson, Mayfield.
Oh man, we fucked up the Watson thing. Unless we take like Watson, Elijah Moore.
We can take Elijah Moore. Are we good on bye weeks? We are good on bye weeks.
Sure. You want to do Watson, Elijah Moore? I mean, that's kind of gross, but
we can take Tillman.
Watson, Tillman, Elijah Moore. We can take them both.
Just one probably.
We're taking 10 wide receivers, dude. We're committed to the bit.
So why do I have Troy Franklin? And by the way, I've got Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims. I've got Franklin and Mims ranked back to back. Very low conviction. Okay. Why do I have them so high? I have them so high because I've got pretty high conviction that the Broncos are underrated by the market, and that Sutton is not going to be the dominant target share guy the way that he was last season, and that one of Franklin or Mims is pretty high breakout potential. And Nix is my favorite backdoor quarterback after May.
I think Denver sucks. So that's part of why
I should probably start drafting that way. I really should start drafting that way.
I've taken a lot of Javonte because of price, but I don't know. Nix was the 5th quarterback drafted, and he's probably going to play a lot. And like I don't know. This isn't like CJ Stroud.
Consigliere, it's because it's only the Power 4 teams plus Oregon State plus Washington State plus Notre Dame. That's why. This is nightmare fuel. Josh Reynolds, wide receiver 2, is
Tim Patrick.
Tim Patrick, yeah.
Like they've got 5 guys they can play.
What if Nix is good enough? Have you thought about it? Have you thought
I mean,
about
I
what
do
if?
do the backdoor stack. I just think Franklin's price, like given that he fell so much in the draft, I
Fell
don't
to the
know.
perfect spot, people are saying.
I just think people are really double
He
counting
also
the
was
shower narrative stuff.
also he was literally the first pick of the 4th round. If they had taken him with the last pick of the 3rd round, how would you feel? If they had taken him with the last pick of the 3rd round.
Dude, why does Troy Franklin go? I'm trying to look up the ADP right now.
Next to Leggett.
Troy Franklin goes 172, and Luke McCaffrey goes 187. Luke McCaffrey got drafted.
Luke McCaffrey's a great pick. No. I mean, Luke McCaffrey is drawing dead to lead his team in target share. Franklin's maybe like 8% to do it or something.
Yeah,
This is actually funny. So if you swapped Luke McCaffrey and Troy Franklin,
no, that's what I'm saying. They're the same draft capital, and Luke
Yeah.
goes 17 picks later with a much better quarterback.
This is going all the way back, but yeah, this is right. He actually was way better than you remember, but he kept having all these games where he'd only run 70% of the routes because he'd roll over on his ankle or he'd get like hit really. Like I remember, I think the Germany game, maybe he got hit hard early and left for like a quarter and then came back. Yeah, they're drafted as the 32nd offense. I actually don't know. This is a better question for Leone than for me. If they finish as the 25th best offense, some of them could be good picks.
I just kind of hate this phrasing of like,
right.
Their draft. Like, I mean, every team we're taking into account a reasonable range of like what the team could do. So, I don't know. I take backdoor Knicks and Mims a lot.
The running backs are the ones that I like. The running backs.
I just think Franklin's overdrafted,
picks.
And then you also had him like 20 spots ahead of where he gets drafted. So that's why I was surprised. I'm not saying not to draft Denver at all. I mean, I'll just draft him at the right price, but they're a tough sell for me. Is like, okay.
Dortch, Zay Jones, Boyd, Tolbert, Slayton, Sharp.
Shouldn't we save Elijah and Tillman for like the last two? Oh, we only got 30 picks.
We only got 3 more picks.
All right. Do we have any correlation we can get here with KC? Any Pittsburgh, Houston, Cleveland? Well, we got nothing, do we?
We got nothing. Yeah, basically.
You love Dortch, huh?
Oh, yeah. You don't know?
I mean, I know, but I'm just...
I do love Greg Dortch.
Should we take someone? Yeah, I feel like if someone takes Tillman and snipes us on him, like I kind of feel like Godspeed to them.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you want to do? I will take any player you want here.
I like Rondale a lot, but Dortch is fine too.
Come on, you're not gonna have to talk me into Rondale. Basically the same guy. The Cardinals beat writer did a Q&A on The Athletic 2 days ago and said Dortch is going to be 3rd on the team in receptions, to which I said, obviously, he might even be 2nd. You thought about it?
I still think Zay Jones is probably going to play more than people want.
See, I think the exact opposite. I think Zay Jones is kind of your classic veteran who's totally done, sort of, and the market kind of overreacts to that. And he's the outside guy. He's the rotational backup behind Michael Wilson. Like he's a much bigger threat to Michael Wilson than to Dortch, unless Marvin Harrison Jr. plays in the slot, in which case I'm wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. I've got Dortch and Zay Jones ranked about the same, and I think either of them are kind of fine in the 18th round.
It's kind of the Davis Mattek brand to take a very marginal position and then just go completely all in on it, to 100 of one, 0 of the other.
And then I'm the opposite. I'm kind of like, just flip a coin. I mean, what do I know?
Yeah. I think one of these guys, probably Evan Hull, is like quite a good pick if it's actually the true Jonathan Taylor handcuff.
Yeah, my thing on those guys, I mean, in the 20 round draft, sometimes I take him, but like, how much is Trey Sermon going to move up when we know he's the RB2? 16th round, maybe? Like, I'll just
I still probably just wouldn't take him. I think he's kind of in the zone of like, Trey Sermon, I'm familiar with your game. You can't fool me. I'm not going to take you.
I mean, I'll take any clear RB2, but like, I want to know he's the RB2. But he is like bad enough that like JT could get hurt and then it's like split time or something.
And then Leonard Fournette signs and then all of a sudden he's not playing. Yeah, if Dortch was 6'2", I don't know. If Dortch was 6'2", he'd probably be a first-round pick. So people
Do
forget.
you remember? We've talked about this before, but do you remember? I think it was Chris Matthews
From
from
K-State, baby.
from the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
He literally went to I might have been at college with Chris Matthews.
Really, I felt like
I-
that was the peak of your existence as team tall wide receiver. Was him just coming in as a no name and dominating in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
never
Travis
doing anything.
Fulgham. Travis Fulgham was a little bit too late for that, but he would have been a great example of it. Yeah, Chris. I don't know why I thought he went to Kentucky. He did not go to K-State. I don't know why I thought that. Look at these emojis. The emojis. Shout out to Zach Lanners. Leone and I can't see them because we are in StreamYard, but you guys can see the I haven't even mentioned this at all, but memberships are live on this channel. So if you want some cool emojis, you want to be in a Discord, you want to be hanging out. Wow, were we there at the same time? I went to K-State between 2012 and 2015, and I lived in Manhattan for another year in 2016.
I'm so old. Ooh, Noah Brown, I like too on these types of teams we have, but that would have been a good one too.
Man, this is
no, we should have taken Noah Brown.
Tyler,
it's hard when I can only see 3 players at a time to really contribute to the roster building.
Come on, dude. 1 second, Tyler. I will answer you in a question. I'll answer you in a second. Leone, you can see more than 3 players at a time.
Okay, I can legitimately see 5 at a time now, but you are scrolling, so I can see more.
We are
just
on the
taking
clock.
Cedric Tillman. We just going in on Cleveland at this point, right? Like
we could also take Kadarius Toney if you want to talk about correlating. What is the difference in bet between Tillman and Toney?
I don't know. I like Jalen Hyatt a lot late as a non-correlated guy.
I like Hyatt too. That's a better pick. That is straight up a better pick. Is he gone? He's not. He's Jalen Hyatt. Welcome to the team. Tyler, you should have automatically gotten added in Discord. If not, send me a DM on Twitter and I will DM you. I will DM you the link. But it's I know it works because a couple guys joined yesterday and they were able to get in. All right, let's go. I need to label this team so that you can get your $12.50 of equity. Sharp move would just be going on everyone's possible streams, just going on literally as many streams as possible and just racking up so much extra stream EV.
Leone. 10 wide receiver. Leone team from 2020.
Yeah, this when everyone was copying Herzig. All right. Wow, another K-Stater. Shout out to all my K-State Wildcats in the chat. I love you guys. Okay. This all went well. McCaffrey, Devonta, Cooper Kupp. That's strong. You could argue
Hollywood.
You could argue this was a bit of a mistake. I mean, I guess we go.
Would you go?
If you do McLaurin and Keenan there, you keep going on the wide receiver avalanche, and you open up 2 more quarterback spots. So you've got like infinite outs at quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean, this we pretty much had to do. We had to take Keon Coleman.
Then we kind of just made the decision that we were gonna do something weird once.
Which is fine. I think you should basically do what the room gives you, and the room made the hyper fragile build a little bit more. It kind of made it optimal. I think this is a great pick. You probably were uncomfortable with Bowers, and you probably have
Bowers at ADP with no time. I'm fine with Bowers at ADP with no time. No, I'm good with that. I think I probably screwed us on the. If I thought through the Goddard stuff a little more, we probably should have done the Judy thing. But I don't know because we do have like good receivers up top, even though it's a 10 wide receiver team. So it's kind of funky.
Yeah, this probably is your classic. Like Hayden Winks would look at this team and be like, "You guys went way too much in the wide receiver bucket." Burton, Dotson, Wandale, Deshaun Watson, Elijah Moore, Rondale, Hyatt. I mean, I don't know. Probably we could have made Rondale.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, I've seen better. Also, I've seen better. Yeah, we probably could have like estimate over Jalen Hyatt on this team, who adds more points, you know?
Let me see our receiver room. Maybe you're right. We didn't need to. I just feel like when you go CMC Rashad White, you're really like I
Receiver
don't know.
room, Devonta Smith, Cooper Kupp, Hollywood Brown, Keon Coleman, Jermaine Burton, Dotson, Wandale, Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, and Hyatt. I guess when your fourth wide receiver and your fifth wide receiver are both rookies, that probably leans a little bit of extra credence to taking another one.
We could have stopped at 9 for sure. I mean, we could have stopped at 9. There's no doubt about that. But I don't think like we absolutely had to.
All right. Do you have any final thoughts you'd like? I do love a Bowers Goddard tight end room. I mean, that's pretty strong.
That's one of my favorite rooms when you miss the top 7 tight ends is getting.
What do you like better? What do you like better? Bowers Goddard or Bowers Hawkinson Jonnu?
I like Goddard a lot. So it's Goddard for me, I think. I just think Goddard's one of the more undervalued tight ends. So probably the Goddard one.
All right. Do you have time to do another one, Michael?
I think so.
I'm hopping in another one regardless. But you can stay and hang out as long as
I got time. I got time. I feel like we did an extreme build that we gotta do something else now.
Oh, and we get a good pick now. We get a pick that is gonna be less of an extreme build. And we will.
We're going extreme the other way now. We're just playing both ends of the spectrum.
We're actually gonna take Brees and then Kyron and then Derrick Henry.
No, I meant we're just going 6 wide receivers and then not touching the room again. We should do.
I'm starting to unironically think that might be. Good. Tyler, the channel is not quite here yet because we have 167 live concurrents and like 14 members. But when the channel gets big enough, like let's say in 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe a month, or maybe next year, I will have a channel in the Discord where I just at you guys when I'm about, like what Peter does, where I just at you guys when I'm about to get in. It's just my dream to be Peter.
Dude,
basically,
I unironically think
Leone, you're on mute. I think, or maybe my headphones died. That would be a tough scene. Say something.
Something.
There we go. Yeah, my headphones died. All right, that was embarrassing.
Okay. The 6 wide receiver and I'm fine with that too. Like, I just feel like I'm in college and I'm experimenting, man. I'm up for anything. 6 wide receivers, 10 wide receivers. We just do it all. Shout
out to Ryan. Shout out to Ryan. Stopped watching ASMR videos to be here. Can't imagine anything more pleasing to the ear. I was really hoping we got Jefferson. You good? You good with St. Brown here?
Yeah, let's go. Let's see if the right guys fall to us. Let's see if we can go real wide receiver heavy and flip it and do the exact opposite of what we did last draft.
You know, we're gonna show that we have range. My headphones were properly charged. They're just old. I've got 3 pairs of AirPods, but the pair that sounds the best are the oldest ones. So, you know, do with that what you will.
Well, you got a Schedule C now. You can write that shit off.
I think the move is still taking the standard deduction though. Like that's a lie. That's a lie you tell yourself as an LLC is like, oh, I'll just write it off. But the standard deduction of $12,000 is not going to match what I spend. I think you can do a Schedule C without an LLC, but I could be wrong. I also, Leone, not financial advice. I was gonna say it's gonna very much not surprise you to know I haven't done the LLC paperwork yet. You don't need. I mean, yeah, you don't need to, but I had done it before I was an employee, just to be able to write off losses from playing if I lost, and then I ended up just paying a shitload of extra in taxes. Is really how it turned out. Sick. So went great. All right, let's see what the 12 does. Let's see if the 12 is a slappy, or if they've read Thinking About Thinking. Jacob really sent the fantasy world into a tizzy with his Get Weird at 12 article. Yeah, I was less on like I don't think the 12 picks like that bad, much worse than like. Are you telling me that you just take Jahmyr Gibbs and Drake London?
I usually double tap wide receiver. I try not to take Gibbs
Oh,
too much.
all right,
but
all right. He's getting a little bit weird.
Dude,
London,
like Drake London, Marvin Harrison, both those guys could be going in the first round next year. Like, why is that so bad? I don't know. I guess I don't get it. It's like we go from Garrett Wilson to Drake London, and all of a sudden we have to build suboptimally because we have Drake London instead of Garrett Wilson.
Yeah. I don't know.
know.
I don't know what's so hard to explain about that. Feels pretty straightforward, Michael.
Sorry, Jacob. I love you, Jacob. I also love the 12th pick. I got picks 10 through 12, and pick 2 was like all I got for a really solid stretch. So it was just CeeDee Lamb builds, and then
all right, we are
Drake
on the
London
clock.
Nico.
By my ranking, it's Nico.
Unless you go correlation, but I'd probably go Nico.
Ship it. I love when my rankings and ADP coincide, and now we are. I do not love this room for our third round pick. Actually, I think
we almost got Marv there. Holy goodness gracious!
It's kind of Leone. It's so funny to me when you go off type, when you love the rookie or the young guy. Like it's that
perceived off type. That's
yes. Is there an influencer accuracy rankings at the end of each year to compare player takes? Funny you would ask. Funny you would ask, Gavin Tamburino, the day after yours truly, Davis Mattek, finished 7th out of hundreds and hundreds of fantasy analysts in the Fantasy Pros Accuracy Challenge. Funny that you would ask, Gavin. Accuracy matters, Michael. People are saying that accuracy matters.
They are.
Wow. Look, that's why getting weird and taking Waddle at 12-13 is terrible. This dude has McCaffrey and Waddle.
I've always struggled with the get weird stuff. Like I just feel like if you're making a bad hand a worse hand, like just play the bad hand as well as you can.
Well, you're just you're making your outs different. Where instead of a random draft
that's
order,
how it works in best ball though. Like
this is Mitchell, this is what is KDS, the Kentucky Derby system? This is what the NFFC does, right?
Yeah. That's cool. It just I'm assuming there'd be tech challenges and it would slow down.
It's like the idea of doing like auction best ball drafts. It's like it's nice to think about, but you just need to make things as simple as possible.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Like I think it's cool. I definitely think it's
okay.
Cool.
No one say anything. No one say a word. No one say a word. Everyone be completely silent while Mike Dice. Oh, let's go.
We're going Diggs?
No.
I thought we were going the opposite. I thought we were going 0 RB. We're setting up this monster stack.
Devin A-Chain. We are taking Devin A-Chain.
Dude, if we take Diggs, then
Leone, I'm overruling
no one's going to take Stroud.
I'm sorry.
We control the Stroud dynamic.
I'm overruling you.
Oh, let it be known. I tried to take the wide.
I'll do it.
No, you can take it. You can take it. You can take it.
I'll do it.
I love how you overruled me, and then we probably should have taken H-Chan. That was the right pick there.
H-Chan is obviously the right pick. This is why I'll do it. Because you shipped it, you sold it to me with the controlling the Stroud, although you're going to end up being wrong.
I know, and imagine the content from the tilt when like we have all Houston and then unstacked Stroud goes the pick before us.
God. That's the one time I don't overrule the guest is when I'm clearly in the right.
Clearly in the right. Clearly. Dude, look at this. Look at this. Pacheco as a third running back in round 3 from a badge. That's good for us. We should have taken H-Chan, but I mean, you're gonna have so much H-Chan.
Not enough.
Yeah,
if you offered me, I could have 40% Devin H-Chan. I think I'd just snap take it.
Yeah.
He's gonna.
We also get yeah, I mean H-Chan plays Nico in the playoffs too. There was a little correlation there. It's probably the right move. But we gotta show our range. I thought you wanted to show your range.
I don't. I lied about that. I want to draft the same team time after time after time. I don't know why I would pretend anything different.
We're gonna show our range. We're not touching a running back till round 9. I dare you to give us a running back room.
Where do I get my ideas? Where do I get my ideas? It's like, that's why I'm not good at streaming yet, because I don't know when and where to overrule the guest.
Don't overrule me and then at the last second give it to me. That's probably the worst of the potential outcomes.
Here's the thing. We are also going to be incentivized to take Joe Mixon to take
Now we're
away
playing the passing
another
game, dude.
Yeah.
We're not taking a running back.
And also, the chat is like, the giveaway that I'm going to eventually do for this channel is 5% of my BBM equity. So you just really took away equity
Like,
from
how
the
much
chat.
do you think our equity really got killed by doing that? Like
At least
like 13 cents maybe?
yeah, 13 cents probably you just cost the chat.
5% of 13 cents.
Yeah. So like,
Oh dude, there's two picks here. We got two picks. There's two options. We'll take either of them.
I'm curious who you think the second
one
pick
you
is.
have ranked well ahead of the other. Oh, don't time out and get. Oh my God, is this guy gonna time out and snipe us? Oh,
No.
no, he didn't. So Kelsey, easy game, right?
Yeah. Kelsey in the fourth. I need to make this clear. Equity of profits after tax, by the way. Equity of profits after tax.
After tax. After tax. Holy shit.
I haven't
equity of profits. Equity of profits.
Equity of profits after. Yeah. See, well, that's saving them from being liable when I go minus 30% or whatever.
Equity of profits after tax. Let's just Google that statement. Return on equity is a ratio that measures how much profit you generate. Company's
That's the thing.
earnings after tax.
The chat's not going to owe me when I lose.
What if you sent everyone like a $1.30 bill?
I sent every subscriber of the channel like, you guys owe me 97 cents. I mean, I haven't even. To be honest, I've not even finalized exactly what the giveaway will be, and I know that I have to hire a dev to go and record all of the, like what Peter did basically. So it's still in the planning stages.
So, planning on equity on profits after tax.
We're maybe conceptually doing a giveaway where 5% of the equity. Then B Smurf is ahead of the game. He unsubs. He simply unsubs, and then he doesn't owe $1.33. It's
like, 3-body problem. We got like mutually assured destruction.
Correct. I'm really looking forward to look. Oh my, this guy in the one hole. I mean, he's shipping it.
Yeah. Does he take tight end? I don't know. He takes your boy.
It's gonna be Tyler. It's gonna be for. Maybe I'll do like if you're a member, your entries get doubled. That's what I'll do.
Or how about if you're a member before tax?
There we go. There you go. Classic. All right. Yeah. So we probably just take CJ Stroud here, right? Since we control the board.
No, we control the room. We're not taking CJ Stroud down before ADP. That defeats the purpose. If the Delta drafter takes him, so be it. My kitten has come to watch the draft.
Wow. Shout out to Tyler. Shout out to Tyler gifting memberships. Tyler. What a dude.
Tyler looks super serious.
Yeah. All right. We are on the clock.
Wide receiver. Best wide receiver.
By my ranking, it's Worthy. By ADP, it's McLaurin.
I'm indifferent. I'll defer to you if you want to. I'd probably go McLaurin. I'd go McLaurin. There's no way I'm passing up 16 spots of ADP for 3 spots in ranking.
And McLaurin also offers us another quarterback for when we get
sniped.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing. If the 11 spot doesn't take Stroud, then we push it a whole nother round.
Wow. Yeah. What do you think about, what's your take on Brown? I mean, I think I think they should be, I have them almost back to back, but what do you think?
I guess in terms of exposures, I have the most of Rashee Rice, the second most of Worthy, and the third most of Brown. I think Brown goes to. I felt like Brown got a bump when people were like kind of concerned about some stuff, and he just like never fell back down. I just think Brown goes pretty early. I guess I get it, like after that teardrop, like where he's probably in that tier. I just don't know if I'd put him at the top of that tier.
One of Jacob's Canadian brethren is joining the channel. Literally love a Canadian in the channel. Devin, welcome, sir. All right, the 11 hole. Oh, all right. Well, we're dead now. 57. The 9 hole took Mixon. The 9 hole took Mixon and does not have and Richardson went. Yeah, so this guy's taking Stroud.
Dude, just calm down. If someone takes Stroud, we got Jaden Daniels.
No,
we
but
got
the
Jared
entire thesis of the team was that we control the Stroud board.
Nah, this was just we're getting on a zero. We're going back to the 0 RB roots after that hyper fragile nonsense. We're showing our range.
I'm building my Jacquard tree out by drafting with. I mean, can I polarize my range more than drafting with Jacob and then with Leone back to back?
How many full 0 RB teams have you done? Percentage wise, like
low.
Legit, like 0 through 7.
Low, very low. Very, very low, because
I don't like those picks.
Kenneth Walker is always high up in my ranks.
Ooh, that's a bad stretch for us.
Yeah, there is a glowing light at the end of the tunnel.
I mean, the guy that I think you don't like that I really like is who I would want to take. But
I guarantee you we're actually on the same page with this.
No, I guarantee you we're not.
If you say the no touchdown scoring person, we're going to have problems.
I'm saying a rookie, but not the rookie that you have ranked higher.
Oh, I don't care. They're completely the same to me. 2 positional spots of ADP. I don't care. All right, we are up. You want? Oh, he went. Your guy went.
Oh, my guy went. Any of those top 3 wide receivers, you pick the one you like the most.
I like Watson because
Watson keeps giving us these stack outs,
and it's the lowest part of my bag. It's the part of my bag that I'm trying to grow.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was pretty indifferent.
I
think we technically have Hopkins the highest there, but like I'm not.
Same. I also have Hopkins the highest, but I can't just like, I'm not auto drafting. Like I need to think about my portfolio in a thoughtful way. So the 11 hole, Giga Chad, Wilson, Olave, Dell, Flowers, Ridley, Adumze.
Well, how do our buys look? Because we legit might only take 6 wide receivers.
St. Brown is week 5. Nico, Diggs, and McLaurin are all week 14.
Okay. So we can't backdoor New England or Denver.
We can't.
So that might actually put us away from a wide receiver pick here, knowing that we might want to take two later and get to 7.
It does. It opens up. 6. If Stroud goes, it opens up my favorite backdoor with an early quarterback.
Well, is it? I mean, Stroud and like. If it potentially broke, right? Like if we could go Stroud Love back to back. Oh, like we're cooking with some serious gas.
Here's the thing, Run Good Rick. I can confront him about it, and neither of us are going to change our mind. Leone is like, I've got Indianapolis projected for 473 attempts.
He's one of the worst picks on the board.
Yeah, and the thing is that I can think that Michael is right and still know he's wrong. Like I can think that you are conceptually correct, but it's just like sometimes you have to know ball. I know ball.
Dude, the one team in the one got the Kittle slide too. Holy shit, he really.
Yeah, the team and there you go.
And now he's got the CMC Montgomery correlation.
All right, well we didn't control the board with CJ Stroud.
Who could have foreseen this?
Uncorrelated, unstacked to Mitchie 11.
Yeah, can't win them all.
All right, bye.
Chan looks pretty good in the second round.
Chan looks pretty good. All right, I think.
Wait, wide receiver. Wait, what's that wide receiver?
Nothing.
Keon just went. Oh, okay. So now we take a running back.
I think we take Kyler and set up Wilson
with no McBride, no Harrison.
Wilson and Dortch.
I would take a running back, I think.
Which one?
I don't know. Take Jonathan Brooks. Have some fun. Live a little. No, take Aaron Jones. Take Aaron Jones. Maybe we can get lucky with Love stuff. I know. I didn't like it either. Davis.
Yeah. Maybe we take the guy who scored 55 points in a game last year in the third round. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you
yeah,
make a
and
valid point.
also, by the way, the guy drafting the team that we wanted to draft with the one hole. Yeah.
Just a better version of what
Just
we were
a better
trying to do.
version. Yeah.
That's hurt.
Here's the thing that you don't know is that AD Mitchell is going to score 9 touchdowns, including 3 in one game.
You guys in a low pass volume offense with a wide receiver who's going to get a 25 to 30% target share. You guys are taking a split time outside low target per out run wide receiver.
But what if have you considered all of your assumptions might be wrong?
Which ones?
That AD Mitchell might score 9 touchdowns.
Okay, that was not one of my assumptions in one direction or the other.
What if my assumption is that Michael Pittman Jr. is overrated and AD Mitchell could be better than him conceptually?
They're not playing the same role. Michael Pittman's going, unless he gets hurt, he's playing his shit.
Brandon,
and then
look, this is what I'm saying. Brandon
and Josh Downs is good. Like
he is good. He is good.
Dude, I think you need. You got to run really pure on Mitchell to hit this.
Buddy. I have to run pure anyway.
That is the worst reason to do dumb things. Like
it is actually.
We're probably drawing dead anyways. So what does it matter?
No, it is. It is the worst logic, but you're not going to convince me not to use it when I am biased towards a player. 16 completions per game. Get 4 of those to AD Mitchell for 0.75 touchdowns per game.
This team's coming together beautifully. I don't care what you say.
How many touchdowns have I got Anthony Richard throwing for? As many as I need for the specific team. Enough. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, Leone, I don't have to do projections anymore. So I don't even have to bother myself with the nitty-gritty of how possible a pick is.
Okay.
All right. We are on the clock. This is some sick shit.
Kyler. Just take Kyler.
We're not going to be able to. Error
I
is
want
going
them to take Kyler. Yes. Can we go? Don't we got Jordan Love, dude? We can build out this. It's a little early. It's not my favorite. I'm not saying I'm in love, but we go Jordan Love, Jaden Daniels, these next 2 picks. We got some Green Bay guys to hit in the double-digit rounds, and then we just take all running backs.
This is really, really tilting, dude. We just keep getting owned.
I think it's gonna be okay.
You know what, Sus Edwards? You're literally making a great point, which is that no one does care about the fact that guys that good. Which, by the way, you guys want some inside info? 3 hours and 12 minutes into the stream, I have it on very good authority in the sense that I believe that this is true. I was told that AD Mitchell in team meetings was turning people off because he was saying things like, I taught George Pickens how to play. Like George Pickens learned everything he knows because they were teammates when they were both freshmen at Georgia.
Sus Edwards using the second worst wide receiver pick at ADP to justify the first worst wide receiver pick at ADP.
You can't possibly believe Pickens is that bad of a pick. I refuse.
I think Pickens is pretty bad.
I refuse to believe that if you're doing projections and drafting off of them, that you can think that when he could literally lead the NFL in target share.
I would be one of the most things I'm most wrong on ever.
What odds would you give me on target share above 30%?
Oh God. 10-1.
Booked for $20, $10.
Minimum amount of targets of 100.
Okay. We'll figure this. I'm gonna put this in my notes.
I mean, Drake London couldn't even do that.
Bet 10-1, 30% or more targets. Okay. We'll settle. We'll figure out the terms on that later when we're not drafting.
Oh man, I feel like those are good odds for me, but I don't really want to be on the like. I don't want to hold maybe risk $200 to you
To
to
me,
maybe
that's
win
the thing, is
20 in
to
6
me.
months.
Don't tell me you've ever had a more painful wager than our dynasty wager bet when you had to send me the league money and then you had to send me the $100 bet
winnings.
on top of it.
No, honestly, I just feel like that was just straight kudos to you. I'm not even mad about it.
You know, George Pickens played a prominent role in that, by the way, if you remember. The 60 burger in the semifinal. All right, we are about up on the clock.
We're one pick away from
I think,
this
honestly, I think there are
masterpiece
two.
coming
I think
back.
there are two picks here who are equally cromulent for us, so it's fine.
Okay, now you're just overdoing it, dude. We gotta go, Jaden. This is gonna be an 8 running back team. I told you we're doing both sides of the equation here.
Man, yeah. And it turns out if we would have just had a more balanced range and taken Devin Achane, then we wouldn't have had to do anything crazy. We could have just done your standard 2-5-8-2.
Listen,
have you considered this? Have you considered that A.D. Mitchell chose number 10 because that's how many wide receivers were drafted before him?
The spite column has not been filled in appropriately in the ETR projection set.
This is actually a good question. I bet you probably have an edge, but I won the probably. I bet Leone is up $300 on me lifetime in bets like these, probably.
I mean, it's not even fair. Davis just fires from the hip, and then
it's true. It's true. I'll just say things and believe that it's true, and then
Davis did get me on the rebuild dynasty team, though. I mean, oh man, come on. I mean, why?
Yeah, we are just letting the rest of this league run roughshod over us.
What is with the Rashid Shaheed love from your subscribers? I mean, he's fine there, but
they did. Starkindler will miss you. They got pilled by Rich. Rich Shaheed pilled everyone on the show last week.
I mean, I like Shaheed. I think he's a good pick there, but I don't think it's like, holy shit, how did you let that happen type pick.
You know, I think it's just about the combos, basically. At the end of the day,
what is the combo?
Leone, I don't know. It's the combination. If you factor
team one's rolling. Okay,
team one is rolling.
You know,
team one always rolls unless it's us and we make a mistake.
We didn't get the Kittle fall, and we took Mahomes early, so yeah.
No, we took Mahomes like right at ADP.
It was fine where we took Mahomes, but
all right, we're up. These are the running backs.
Okay, where does Wicks go usually?
Hopefully, right here.
You don't want to take them?
Yes, ship it. Right?
Wicks, yeah. Let's just let's Wicks it up.
All right, so now we've got.
That I'm sorry.
We do at least have a full wide receiver room for Week 14 when Nico, Diggs, and McLaurin are on bye.
Yeah, we can take one more receiver at some point, but now we start him the. I know who we're taking in the 18th round already. So.
All right, well, don't say it.
I'm not. This team. This team's gonna smash, dude.
Yeah, obviously we didn't get CJ. Obviously.
We did not control the room, as some stated earlier.
Literally to control the room, you would have to take Nico Collins in the first round, Diggs in the second round, Dell in the third round. And
dude, we survived Dell and Mixon.
Yeah, we did. Wicks is relevant regardless of the health, but he becomes extra relevant if any of the other three guys get injured.
And I don't know if you know this, but we only have 3 wide receivers for Week 14 right now, so he's relevant.
People are saying he's relevant. Yeah, they're saying more and more that
now this one team's just rubbing it in, taking Judy when we pick for the exact spot we passed on.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing though, is you absolutely cannot control for things like this. You can only, it's like this is the poker player thing of getting mad about someone playing bad at your table. But it's like, what is this guy hoping to accomplish by taking CJ Stroud unstacked? And like, yeah, it's like, whatever. It's fine. You know, let like you can let that happen. And he took Dallas Goedert over Dalton Schultz on this team anyway. So he's just Mitchie 11 is just vibing, dude. He doesn't care about your correlations and your stacks. He's just here for a good time. And honestly, the game needs people like him. The game needs Mitchie 11. The game needs Aiden 24.
I 100% agree. I kind of get annoyed when people get too annoyed about getting sniped. Like, you can't have it both ways.
It's like what are like when you play cards? Do you get mad every time you get sucked out on?
Just take your favorite running back. I mean, Eckler. We should probably take
Eckler with this team. That right there is running pretty bad though. At running back, that none of Chase, Edwards, Javonte, or Elliott or Corum was available there.
But we're like, I think this team. I honestly don't hate it. I know you're tilting the Achane thing, and Achane 100% was the correct pick, but I think it's going to work out okay. Like, we've got 2 double stacks here. We've got 2 young, high ceiling quarterbacks. I think we're going to make it work, dude. I think we're going to make some lemonade.
I think we're going to figure it out.
It's fine. Minnesota, New Orleans, Seattle, we have for Green Bay. Minnesota, New Orleans, Seattle. What's our Vikings schedule look like? Or our Washington?
I don't think this is true. I think GTO. I think this is an invention. I don't believe that people go into drafts trying to snipe you. I really don't think that exists.
If they do, like, so be it. Like, if they're gonna kill a team that's good. We'll just pivot while they have a bad team. I mean,
yeah, and we do need this is something that I need to work on. I need to get an intro clip for this show. And I think, dude, if we take Diggs, then no one's going to take Stroud. We control the Stroud dynamic, followed by Stroud going unstacked ahead of ADP. Should probably go in the intro.
Wasn't part of the sales pitch that if that scenario played out, it would be great for the content? And here you are using it for the intro. So who's to say who was right?
Look, the people that you owe apologies to are the people who will eventually have 5% of the theoretical after-tax equity if I ever do get this giveaway.
Well, think about the paying members, too, that are pre-tax. Those guys really got shafted.
Here's the thing. Rico Dowdle going there is very annoying for us.
No, we have an obvious pick if we get it.
There is, but I'm worried.
I don't think we're going to get it. Yeah.
I'm worried the room is just kind of actively going, okay, we did get it.
Okay, we did get it, yeah.
Shout out to Adam Levitan, Marshawn Lloyd, best play on the board.
Dude, how are you feeling, though? The Wicks, Eckler, Lloyd with Jaden. I mean, I've seen worse teams for sure.
I've definitely
straight draft.
I've definitely seen worse teams. If that's the kindest thing you can say about your team, you're not necessarily running that. I mean, look, yeah, sometimes that it is like you just gotta draft your team. Not every team. I mean, I say that all the time. Like 90% of the teams you draft are going to be dead and are not going to be able to win you $1 million. So you just try and make the 10% of teams as good as you can.
I am team like be as greedy as possible and then just figure it out when it doesn't work out. Because it is when you figure it out, it's going to be better than you think as long as you're smart. And when you do break pure, like you said, those 10% of teams, you're just going to have some really, really like best versions of that structure, best versions of teams with this player or whatever.
That is true. You really have to try and draft for as many super teams as you can fit in your portfolio instead of trying to build a bunch of 85% of super teams, like that I guess that's really the lesson to be taken away.
Okay. So we do need a 7th receiver at some point. We can definitely wait on it. We can still
7th receiver and a 2nd tight end, but we can take Sinnott or Ertz or Musgrave or Kraft.
Yeah. We can wait, I think with Kelsey, we can wait to this team. I'm telling you, spend those pre-tax dollars now.
Spend the pre-tax dollars halved because Leone also gets half of it.
Yeah, half the. Did I ever tell you my story where I essentially just made a bunch of money for the government? My
No,
CryptoPunk story.
no.
So I made a lot of money on a CryptoPunk, and then owed a shitload of taxes on it, obviously,
Hmm.
and then only sold off to pay the taxes and kept the Ethereum as Ethereum.
Yeah.
And then the Ethereum tanked, and then essentially broke even, and just the government
Made a bunch of
made
money.
a bunch of money.
I
No,
don't love that for you.
It was a wild ride. I mean, I didn't lose money, but
You didn't lose money. This is the overall.
Algier gives us a little playoff correlation. But Vidal's fine too. I probably take Algier
I
or
think we
Vidal.
need some ceiling. I think we need. The chat is saying Musgrave. The chat is saying Musgrave. Do you consider that?
I think we have late tight ends that I'm fine with. If Musgrave wraps back around,
Yeah, I think that's right. We have a much greater need to find any running back who can conceivably.
week 15. What are the odds Musgrave outprojects?
Was Logan involved with your story?
Logan made money off it because I tipped Logan after I sold it, so he made money off the tip. So Logan and the government came out on top.
Leone, people forget that you were part of the Tyler Hero story. People forget that we split that. People forget that you were prominently involved in top ticking NBA Top Shot.
Yeah, Hero was an all-time. Kudos to you. Talk about shoot your shot. Just
talk about just like literally all-time running hot is just listing that for $30,000 and waking up to the red notification dot on Top Shot.
Yeah. I remember Dink was tilting so bad because Dink's very good at finding out how he got unlucky. And he split something with Davis one time that was a disaster. So he, I think, actively declined the Tyler Hero split.
I'll tell you exactly what it was. We split MFL 10 teams like 15 years ago, the year that Bishop Sankey was a rookie. And we just kept hammering Bishop Sankey, and he was like the worst pick of all time. And ever since then, Drew's like, I'm not splitting things with Mattek. And it kept him from buying Bitcoin early, and it kept him from the Tyler Hero sale. What can you do? Musgrave did go. Look, if I min cash 40 teams in BBM, that's a pretty good advance rate. I would take 40 teams. Well, no, I had 41 teams last year.
Nice. So that's solid, dude.
I don't think. No, that's a lie. I had 33 teams last year. Well, I can look it up. I advanced just slightly over the field, which is that's actually not really what you want to do. All right. What are you thinking for this pick?
I'm thinking
running backs.
I'm thinking running back still, I think.
Yeah, I think there are plenty of wide receivers who fit. None of the tight ends matter all that much.
I think it's still running back. Yeah.
Gibson?
I like Gibson. Gibson gives us, but we do have some. Yeah, I think Gibson's fine. I wouldn't mind Ray Davis either. I'll probably go Gibson. If you're going Gibson and you're hoping one of the rookies comes back, and then we worry about tight end.
Yep. Man, a lot of running backs. Yeah, I mean, I think Tucker Kraft is probably better than Musgrave too. It's hard to predict what is going to happen when a second-year player is on the physically unable to perform list to start their second season. Like that could just be anything.
Yeah, it's not good, but for round 18, when we legit aren't going to need him for.
Well, we need him in week 6, so he should be back.
We're not going to need him for a solid 6 weeks, 5 weeks.
That's where I
end up. You can survive a 0 at tight end.
Yes.
0 at QBs, you can't survive. Well, I shouldn't say you can't survive, but it's your median expectation from a late round tight end on a given week
is literally like 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
We could shout out to you. Shout out to you, Rolling. I'm happy. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, but as Chris says, not like it's a serious injury, like tearing his pec completely off the bone or anything. Yeah, dude, it's fine. It's
Dude, he's fine. He's they had some really good comments about him the other day, and the coach speak when it's for a player I like.
We're a player I like. Yeah, Kraft.
Matters
This is
a lot.
totally true, Colin. You're 100% right. Musgrave is the much more explosive player, but Kraft is kind of he's kind of the technician. Sort of Kelsey-esque, if you wanted to put it that way. I mean, you shouldn't put it that way, but you could if you were trying to lie. They played people forget Kraft played more snaps than Musgrave in the playoff game.
Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby.
We're up.
Bucky, right? Bucky's like perfect fit for this team.
He is. The other thing is we could take Dobbins and handcuff ourselves in the Chargers backfield.
I think I'd go Bucky. If Dobbins falls one more round, then I mean, we're literally okay. We do need another receiver at some point, right? Like, yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a good.
Okay.
I could do a good clickbait title for this. I could do the most extreme builds in Best Ball Mania 5.
I love it.
I got to be honest. I'm very much struggling with the titles. I got vidIQ, and it doesn't really get the difference between live streams, like long live streams, and short videos. So the titles it gives me are not super helpful. Bradley, I'll do more next week. I'll probably do 2 next week. In the mornings, probably. I'll probably do a couple 90-minute-ish college. I got to be honest, the thirst for the college streams is just not as high as these. Any thoughts on Corley? I like Corley. I think Corley is a very good pick.
I like Corley too. Miko likes him a lot. Mike Williams is probably going to be brought along pretty slowly with the injury. You're just betting on some rookie upside stuff. It also seems like they're kind of done, like letting Rodgers just do whatever, So
that I don't think is true.
Okay, maybe not done, but they moved away from it a little bit. So we got Randall Cobb retiring. Don't have to worry about him.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to tell yourself the Corley story, it's that Cobb was awesome for fantasy as a rookie, and he's basically the same guy.
What receiver?
Mims, McCaffrey, McMillan, Baker, Boyd, Devontae Walker, Darius Slayton.
If it wasn't for us being so screwed on that 1 week, McCaffrey would be. Should we still just take?
I think we should still just take him
and just eat that 1 week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll just use a running back in the flex that week, dude.
I thought you said we only have 3 wide receivers for that week?
Exactly. You only need 3.
Well, I know, but that's week 14. Hoping those exact 3 wide receivers are healthy is a little bit. I mean, whatever. But we can survive a 0.
Mantis Toboggan wants to know why ETR is so high on Isaiah Likely. Sell me, Leone.
Honestly, that's more Levitan and Herzig than me. They think that if Andrews was out, like Likely would be like a top 6 tight end. I don't even know if he'd be top 10 personally.
He would go where Njoku goes if he was out. But the thing is he's been bad with Andrews out, and no one remembers that. People just remember.
He just ran so pure on. Yeah. He ran so pure in fantasy points with touchdowns and stuff. So I like taking him late. Like sometimes I think there is like nice upside that others don't, and he might factor in while Andrews is healthy a little more than we think. But I'm a little bit lower personally than our ranking. Yeah.
Feels bad that every round Leone is finding a 0 that you can survive. That is pretty good. Here's a name that you might remember as it pertains to handcuff tight end behind a long-term great. You guys remember Ian Thomas, where Ian Thomas would score a touchdown every time Greg Olsen was out, and then it turned out Ian Thomas was a nothing at the NFL level? That's just one name to file away with Isaiah Likely. All right, we are about up. We definitely need one more running back.
Did Sinnott go?
Sinnott is gone.
Okay. Did Kraft go? No.
Kraft is available. Kraft is there.
I'd probably just lock in Kraft and then take the running back in round 18.
All right, ship it. There we go. No, but Bateman stinks. Would it shock anyone if Likely outscored Bateman? Absolutely not. But it would shock me.
Anyone if Likely scored 6 points per game.
That might outscore Bateman. Yeah. I mean, I think Likely is unlikely to matter for fantasy, but the scenarios where he does matter, the scenarios where he does matter is like he scores like 8 touchdowns in 6 weeks.
The other thing is the late round tight ends this year are definitely worse than last year, which makes that contingent upside a little bit more appealing than it might have been a different year. Which I think is like Herzig and Levitan's big selling point. Like, again, I don't hate Likely. I'm probably just personally a little bit lower on him.
He also probably has a smidgen of like he probably runs like 40% of the routes or something. So like just a smidgen of standalone value.
Yeah, tight ends, that's just, he just scores at TD.
This would not shock me at all. If Zach Ertz outscores Tucker Kraft, that would surprise me 0. None. Yeah, I mean, the thing is Likely has just played a lot of NFL games without Mark Andrews, and he's just been okay in them.
What's our running back options for this last pick?
Anyone you want, really. I think there's one particularly good pick.
You like Estime, right?
Yes. Estime. Here's a sleeper people are not hip to. He's a very good pick.
Yeah, also like the Philly has some playoff correlation if you want to do like Shipley or Gainwell. I don't care, honestly. You pick.
Well, it's another round 14. It's another round 14 bye, so we got to cover our flex if we take Estime.
Okay, let's not do that. Wow, we even have it with the running backs we're in trouble with. Oh no, we really
Shipley or Ali.
I guess Shipley probably. I would just. I don't care. I really don't care.
Will Shipley chasing, people are saying.
That's where I just I blindly look at playoff opponents and,
Are you a smidge worried about Andrews coming off of the tightrope?
I mean, a little bit, yeah. I think that's factored into his cost, right? A little bit.
Yeah. Here, let's say I have RotoViz pulled up so we can actually go. We can just settle this right now. I can just run the Game Splits app and we can just do the Likely thing. Leone, this is on you. You are in on Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, I'm in on Hyatt. I mean, he's a year 2 guy with downfield ability. I think he could be. He's probably not has as much full on breakout potential as some of the late round rookies like Jalen McMillan in terms of pure ceiling, but I do think he could have some, several spike weeks over the course of the season if he can earn the full-time downfield role. And I think having Neighbors there should just help outside guy like him.
Yeah. Isaiah Likely is 12 PPR points per game when Andrews has been out in 9 games, including running incredibly hot on touchdowns. I don't believe he will score over a touchdown. I don't believe he will score 11 touchdowns in 9 games. I don't believe he will average on that pace. So that's why I think he's just fine and not the absolute GOAT pick. I think he's fine. I need to name this team. More extreme builds with Michael Leone. RB heavy, Leone, shipper. Perfect. Michael, what a journey. What a journey on the stream.
From 10 wide receivers to 7 running backs.
Incredible.
We've showed our range.
All right. I appreciate you. Tell the people about the Establish the Edge YouTube channel. They can go and click on it and subscribe to it right now. They don't even have to leave YouTube.
They can do that. Yeah. And they can find the first few episodes of me and Ben Gretsch with our off-season projection special that people like a lot each year that we do. And it's always super helpful for me to hear Ben's takes, and we're adjusting things off what he says. And I just think it gets you in a really good mindset to draft. as I see you're dude, I don't know. I mean, God bless you for doing another one.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one more. I'm feeling good. I was feeling very cranky this morning. I have a cut in my mouth that's just like really making me cranky, but the dopamine of being on the stream is kind of keeping me going. So I think the second I get off, I'm gonna feel like shit. So I'm just gonna keep. Leone, tell this story, then you can go. Tell the story, then you can go.
Oh God. Qualified for the FanDuel baseball live final. There was an open bar. Let's just say I took advantage of the open bar. FanDuel was giving out free hats. I think it was STL Cards. I think I stole his hat. So I was rocking the 2 hats look. And then fast forward a few weeks later, and David Kitchen and Al Zeidenfeld on a DK Live, throwback,
DK
I think
Pros,
they put up
baby.
for a vote what I should change my Twitter handle to, because it was something egregious before. And they settled on 2 hats, 1 mic.
And then you couldn't change it back, because then it used to be, this is not true anymore, but you lose your verification. You lose your verification if you change your name.
Yeah, so now we're stuck.
Devin, Mr. Channel, it's establish the edge. Actually, I believe on my channel, if you just go look at the channels, it's fantasy follows or something like that, you can find establish the edge. Pretty easy to find.
Sweet. Thanks, Davis. Well, good luck
All
to
right.
us.
I appreciate you, man.
See ya.
Take it easy. All right, boys. It is just us for the last little bit here. Let me put on just a gentle bit of background music. We will do the lo-fi background music. I am yes. This is the part Leone didn't mention. Kay Adams was and gals, of course. Kay Adams was involved in that story. I don't remember exactly how. It's either I actually do remember. Leone stole her drink. She set her drink down, and Leone thought it was his. So in the 2 hats, 1 mic picture, the drink that Michael is holding is Kay Adams's drink. That is the Kay Adams part of the story, which is you want to talk about 2 roads diverting. Kay Adams used to do literally DFS stuff. Like, she would be at the FanDuel live finals and things like that. Her career has gone in a different direction. You know, it's hard to say a better direction, but oh my God, a Bijan at 4. What an absolute gift for us here. Jefferson goes at 3. All right, we got a weird one. We got no badge. All right, we got a couple no badgers. Tyreek at 5, dude. Unbelievable. Is there a theme in this draft? It's going to be me trying to draft a good team. And we are going to see if we are able to do that. I'm going to share the big draft board. Yes, this is cool. So this is helpful for the slow puppy. This is helpful for the fast puppy, but I did see this actually when I was just entering. You can go and you can enter 10 at a time. You can enter 5 at a time. And yeah, look, I'm not going to say, Joey, I think this is exactly 65 for me as well. I can actually I will look and tell you guys right now how many I've done. I have at this stage completed. Perfect. I have completed 64 Best Ball Manias. This is number 65. I am not drafting any Best Ball Manias not on stream right now. I'm doing fast puppies, slow puppies, the single entry stuff that they add. I am only doing Best Ball Manias on stream. Maybe that means I need to stream more when training camp comes. I think I might try and go live every day once training camp really gets going. I think that might be maybe that'll be good for growth. I mean, I don't know. I think probably for growth I need to start doing the produced videos, but we will see how that goes. All right, I am about to make a selection. By my ranking, it's going to be Devontae Adams. I am not going to take Jonathan Taylor. I don't know if I might actually take Debo on this team. Yes. The fast puppy and the slow puppy, it is, 1 second, let me take Deebo Samuel on this team. These are the $5 drafts that they have on Underdog right now. The fast puppy is 20-second clocks, and then the slow puppy is a different contest, also for $5, $100,000 to first, and that is 8-hour clocks. Devin said he went on a run where he couldn't buy a middle pick, so he went Bijan at 3 after several drafts with Hill and McCaffrey. I mean, look, hey, shout out to you, Devin. I appreciate an Albertan, Canada listener. Guys, since we are heading into hour 4 of the stream, if you guys want to do a membership to the channel, you want to come hang out in Discord, you want to be a take master. We're having some fun in the Discord. Actually, there's been some good college football chatter in the Discord, but the more of you guys that subscribe, the more of you guys that become members here or subscribe to the Patreon, that means that I can keep doing this. You know, let's be real. I don't like if it doesn't take off, if it doesn't work, that I might have to evaluate my options. And right now I'm trying to grow as much as possible. And of course, appreciate all of you guys who have liked and subscribed and everything to the channel. I mean, all of that stuff is massive for me. But the more people that become members of the channel, the more people that subscribe to the Patreon, all that stuff is going to keep me going. It's going to keep me doing 4-hour live streams. Let's be honest. No one wants me to work a corporate job. No one needs that. So I'm gonna try to avoid that as long as possible. Devin Achan here at 26. I mean, CD, Devonta, Devin Achan, pretty sick start for that guy. 3rd round, Neighbors, pretty strong as well. There's definitely one guy I would take if he is on the clock right now, and I'm hoping that Peak Monster doesn't take him, but I think Peak Monster is about to take him. Jamar Chase, Jonathan Taylor is a pretty strong start. DJ Moore, my Puka exposure, I mean, I think it was like 5 to 8%, somewhere right in there. I did like him. I mean, the guy that I really liked though was Tutu Atwell, which is so funny now to look back on. I knew there would be opportunity there in the Rams offense. Bet on the wrong guy. Bet on the wrong horse. Won't be the first time that I bet on. Oh, bang. All right. We are going to add Kyron Williams to a team of Amon-Ra St. Brown, Deebo Samuel, and Kyron Williams. I love that. But yeah, I was relatively hip to Puka. Mostly, what type of insurance would I sell? It's a great question. I guess I become a car insurance salesman. I end up working for Progressive. So shout out to me. I was not that heavy on Zach Evans, but man, actually I probably only took Zach Evans like 2 or 3 times because I definitely knew there's that famous if you're a best ball virgin. There's the famous anecdote that he actually was going to start or play in his first ever career game, and Adam Schefter started Kyron Williams in his first ever career game, that game 2 years ago against the Buffalo Bills, and he injured his foot immediately. He injured his foot on the kickoff, so we never saw him. Who are the current skaters you like? Skateboarding is sick. This channel, funnily enough, actually used to be a skateboarding channel like 15 years ago. All the videos are gone and deleted now for algorithm reasons. My favorite skateboarders right now, I mean, Guy Mariano is my favorite skateboarder of all time. Some of the guys right now that I really like, Dakota Servold is my favorite guy right now. Dakota Servold and Mark Suchu are my 2 dudes. A little bit of inside ball knowledge, inside wheel knowledge for you there. Interesting. Marvin Harrison went 9 in this draft. Marvin Harrison, Olave, and Diggs. So seems like the 9-hole drafter might be feeling a little. Yeah, first play of the game for Kyron. People are saying, people remember. John Stepp is saying he might have to take A-Rich at 53 to mess with the 6-hole Colts double. Yeah, Michael Pittman Jr., Jonathan Taylor. I mean, Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor correlate? I mean, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like, I guess you're making a team level bet. All right, I'm at the clock. My rank and by ADP says Amari Cooper, so I will be a slappy and I will take Amari Cooper. I've got 4 stackable quarterback options there. Yeah, I think this is true. I mean, you're making a team level bet about the Indianapolis Colts, that they play fast, that they score a lot of touchdowns. Let's I actually honestly I don't even remember this. What did Zach Moss score in games that Richardson played? Zach Moss, Anthony Richardson. I can look that up real quick. Anthony Richardson, 2023. Well, I mean, that's pretty convincing. Right? 21 PPR points per game in the games. Let's just make it 2020. Can I make it? Yeah. And then 9.85 points in the games that Richardson didn't play. So maybe it is correlated a little bit. Do I like T. Higgins this year? I mean, wrong tab. Do I like T. Higgins this year? I like in a vacuum, no. In a vacuum of like T. Higgins, wide receiver 2 on his team, kind of sketchy health, wanted to be traded, is playing on the franchise tag. But in the context of the guys he goes after, like, can he outscore George Pickens? Can he outscore Tank Dell? Absolutely. Damn, look at this wide receiver. Look, this room is pissing. Keenan, Worthy, and Hollywood gone. Yeah, mobile quarterbacks do make the rushing game more efficient. It's just a matter of the touchdowns. Mobile quarterbacks add, like, on average, like 0.5 yards per carry to their running backs, but it's just a matter of the available touchdowns. And I just don't know how much Shane Steichen, as Hoosier Devo says, JT is a pass catcher for A-Rich. I mean, how many times does Anthony Richardson target a running back, like in a low volume offense in general? Ooh, I do love Carlos Ribeiro. Carlos Ribeiro is a ripper. We are on the clock. I'd actually love to take Mahomes here, but it doesn't make any sense because his 2 wide receivers are both gone. I don't have Kelsey, so I'm not going to. I'm going to even out my bags a little bit more, and I'm going to take Jaden Reed, who is the guy I have the least of. I have the least of Jaden Reed of the Packers wide receivers. And the thing about the Packers wide receivers is I think that yards per route run is probably a quarterback stat, particularly as it pertains to Jordan Love and as it pertains to the LaFleur offense. I think there's a lot of evidence. Oh man, Johnny Football's ball, dude. You know wheel. Mark Johnson is an all-time legend. But I wanted to pull this up, the adjusted yards per attempt tab and let's make it a minimum of 25 targets from Jordan Love. I mean, Wicks obviously is up there. Kraft is up there. But I mean, all these guys other than Dobbs, like well above league average. And I bet if I just make it 2023, I bet they all look a little bit better. 2023 and 2024. I mean, a lot of those dudes are great other than Dobbs. And how about Watson? Yikes, bro. But yeah, that's that right there. That's why people like Dontavian Wicks. Yes. Not Charles. Not only was it the day that Karain drafted his shipper, it was also the day that King Kappa drafted the highest scoring regular season team and won $1 million. So it's a good day to be doing a lot of drafts. Louis Lopez is the man. Louis Lopez is the most recent part that he put out, the Converse part where he 50-50s the rail on the side of like a building into this crazy embankment. That dude is an absolute monster. So through 5 rounds, we have St. Brown, Debo, got that week 17 correlation, Kyron, Amari Cooper, Jaden Reed. Best pick in the queue by my ranking is James White. Best pick by ADP, or James Cook. We have 1 running back. I think I'm going to take Kittle, though, and set this up to be a Purdy, a Detroit San Francisco game. So I don't know Wow. Charles also drafted the third place BBM3 team on the same day. Actually, wow. Holy shit. What a day. I guess I just need to keep drafting on this day then. This is the shipper day. So I added Kittle in with Debo and with St. Brown. So this is setting up to either be a Goff or a Purdy team, which I feel good about. That feels like a strong way. I don't actually have a ton of either of those guys. I wonder why that is. I mean, it's probably related to having so much Mahomes. What are the bye weeks for those guys? They are bye week 9 and bye week 5. Kyron is bye week 6. Yeah, Tyler, this is a better start. I mean, it just goes to show, Leone and Jacob, they were just really holding me back, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm more than happy to be. The teams with Leone thinks about the game so differently than me that I really like drafting with him, and I like drafting with Jacob too. That was very fun, and I really appreciated doing it. And Jake, if you guys are not subscribed to Jacob's newsletter, it is awesome. John Step 06 says he kind of hates the no regular season prize for that reason. Even like one prize that's 100K total for first or something. Just imagine you draft the single best BBM team out of 65K and win $35. I mean, that is as sad as it gets. I can't really imagine anything sadder. Yo, shout out to Gradient God, the real Wix Alpha. I mean, Rico is the new Puka, maybe. All right, we are on the clock. The best pick by ADP is Stroud or Murray. The best pick by my ranking. Does Kyler make sense on this team? Kyler could make sense on this team. All right, I am going to take Kyler Murray on this team directly at ADP. And then I'm going to add Dortch and Michael Wilson to the queue. I know that Michael didn't seem. Yeah, sorry. I will click back on this. It's just I have this board is in a different window, and I don't want to miss my click, but I will shift back to that. Yeah, I can take Connor there as well, but Kyler correlates with Kyron for that week 17 game, and I will add my Arizona guys to the queue. I also think Benson goes decently with Kyler as well. And I like getting that rushing upside, particularly if I do end up taking Goff, because then you just added some weekly ceiling. You added a ton of weekly ceiling to your lineup, and like Goff is just not going to top. Goff's not going to top 30 points all that often. In fact, I would be fairly surprised if he tops 30 points more than 2 or 3 times. This is yeah, I gotta try not to ruin this team. CJ Stroud at 81. Why couldn't we see CJ Stroud at 81 in the last draft? People are asking. This next pick needs to be a running back pick. Could be a wide receiver. No, it doesn't need to be a wide receiver. We're pretty good at wide receiver. Started wide receiver, took a wide receiver in the 3rd round. And we've got at least one wide receiver pick marked out for later in the draft. So I think Zamir White is fine with this pick. I think Connor is fine with this pick. I think Zach Moss would be fine with this pick. I think they're all right about even. Connor goes. All right, we can take Zamir. Take Zach Moss. Sure. Let's take Zach Moss. And that builds us in a Bengals bring back. There you go. You guys think that I am inflexible, that I am incapable of changing my exposures. We can even do Zach Moss and Chase Brown on this team. I mean, I still can. I think what was I going to take with the Kyler pick? The 2v2, let's say I take Jameson Williams, which I would not have done. I guess the 2v2 would be Najee. Yeah, I don't think that passing on Murray did. I don't think that passing on Murray is the good pick. Murray was a good pick there. You just want to have some Kyler Murray Rams bring back stuffs. Shout out to Lowe's. Love Lowe's. Love Peter. Love Brian. Like literally probably my two best friends in the entire industry. I mean, it's not even hype. I'm just humility based drafting. I don't really like Zamir White. I've got less than a 4% comfy exposure blanket on Zamir White. I really only ever take him after ADP, but he's fine. And the thing about, that's the thing about the dead zone profile is the dead zone used to be rounds 3 to 6, where guys would be over, like exactly guys like Zamir White would be overdrafted based on their potential or their projected volume. But now Zamir White is going where like handcuff guys used to go. So it's just a lot different. I would probably smash Mostert with this next pick, even though he's uncorrelated by ADP. Dobbs or Shakir, not really interested there. So this will probably be a 1 quarterback, 1 tight end team. Or no, 2 quarterback, 2 tight end team rather. Yeah, bang. All right. Some Raheem Mostert after ADP. We got Raheem Mostert at pick 103. Love to see it. Yeah, the 9-hole team here had Marvin Harrison, Trey McBride, no Ram at least, but I took Kyler ahead of Stroud and he tilted. So you better learn Dalton Schultz. See, love the chat. Mostert is correlated with Amari. I mean, I wasn't even thinking that deep. I was just taking the ADP value, but I am trying to build in a little bit more Mostert and a little bit more Jalen Wright, because my A-chain bags are so heavy, and I really don't want my season to basically just die as a result of A-chain getting hurt. Where are you on the Gus bus? I saw Pete yesterday say he's fading him, but I'm starting to up my exposure. I mean, the thing about Gus is that Gus can have a literal 16 touchdown season and not matter. I've got literally, that's so funny. I've got literally 8% of Gus Edwards. So I'm exactly at the field on Gus Edwards. I think he's totally fine, but Gus Edwards scored a bunch of touchdowns last year and didn't really matter. I mean, would you have even remembered in 0.5 PPR? Let's see if I'm sure I can pull up his game logs somewhere. 2023 regular season for Gus. I mean, 20-point game, 28-point game, but then just a bunch of really, 13, 10, just a bunch of really average games from Gus. He just really didn't matter, even with all those touchdowns. And I think you could definitely argue that his season got worse. Yeah, Mostert Kyren feels really good when you have a lot of A-chain. I don't know. Let me look. The 12-hole has Jordan Love with Josh Jacobs, Josh Allen with Khalil Shakir. I don't. To be honest, this does not look like a particularly strong team to me. All right, I am on the clock here. Damn, Trey Benson is calling my name, dude. Trey Benson correlated. No, I'm gonna take. I take Purdy here, right? Purdy. We good on buys by 9. Purdy a little bit after ADP. Yeah. I'm gonna take Purdy. All right, so we've got Kyler and Purdy, so we're done at quarterback. We've got double stacked Purdy correlated with the St. Brown bring back. We've got a running back room of Moss. Look, it's gonna get thin at wide receiver. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's gonna get a little bit thin at wide receiver, but we're gonna draft 9 of them. Yeah, Gus is much more likely to be useful for advancement, but he is very unlikely to be the guy you need to win Best Ball Mania 5, and I'm more into trying to win Best Ball Mania 5. So the 2 quarterbacks in the first 10 rounds. I mean, look, it's not ideal, but we did get 4 wide receivers in our first 4 picks with Kyren. That's kind of the way I like to draft. I'm trying to do a little bit more of the less extreme wide receiver builds because, one, I don't want to just have a bunch of teams constructed the exact same way. And 2, there's certainly a great probability that, Xavier Legette, Jermaine Burton, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, like whoever. Like there is going to be, what did I do? Yeah, looking to pair Connor with Kyler, I think is a smart move, but I really like that you pivoted away from Benson. Didn't realize Benson was still on the board, so now I 100% agree with yeah. I mean, Benson, I think, is actually probably the better pick with Kyler because it means that Connor is not playing or got injured, which means that they're probably going a little bit more pass heavy. Benson is more likely to profile as the pass catcher. But, you know, it is what it is. And, damn, this might be, damn, Jacoby Myers just went. This is probably a good, do I have any bringbacks? I'm going to need a little bit of rookie flair. I'm going to take Jalen Polk. That's a little bit, was that ahead of ADP? That was a little bit ahead of ADP. I think that's fine. Man, Pearsall on the non-football injury list before training camp. I don't think Ayuk is going to be traded. Maybe if Pearsall is there in like the 16th round or something, I just am not really a Ricky Pearsall guy at all. I didn't think Ricky Pearsall was a particularly good prospect. In fact, I thought he was kind of a bad prospect. So it's kind of the same deal like with Keon Coleman. Like if I don't think a guy's a good prospect and he's blocked for playing time, although Keon is not particularly blocked for playing time, it's just hard for me to get in on him. I mean, the Ricky Pearsall career stuff topped out at 28% dominator rating for a shitty Arizona State team. He is old. What are his sim scores? This is actually good. What are his sim scores? Let's put in a draft pick. Where'd he go? He was like the 28th pick or something like that. Let's check out. Yeah. I mean, so look at the historical comps. Philip Dorsett, Titus Young, Devin Smith, Sterling Shepard, Dante Pettis, Kadarius Toney, Zay Jones, Tyquan Thornton. You get down to some hits, Rashee Rice, but we are on the clock here. Probably time to take a running back. Maybe we do take Pearsall. No, I'm going to take Jermaine Burton. We'll see if Pearsall comes back to us. I just here. All right, let's see if it changes. Let's see if let's put in 31st. Let's put in the 189 weight. Let's put in the 440, 140. And I will exclude non-Power 5 conference players. So maybe that'll get rid of like Titus Young or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't really improve. I mean, Dorsett being the top comp, similar draft position, similar weight, similar 40, final. I mean, if you sort by final receiving touchdowns per game, then you're looking at like Mingo. It's it's not what you want. Which is not to say that I won't ever take him. Yeah, I mean, look, maybe again, this stuff is such an imperfect science. There's so much we don't know about like what is Pearsall like. That Arizona State season. This is the stuff that gets mentioned with Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels was teammates. And there Pearsall goes, so we don't even have to worry about it. But Jaden Daniels was teammates with Ricky Pearsall and Brandon Ayuk, actually, which is pretty funny. But Pearsall style of prospect is just not a guy that I end up drafting a ton. We are about up on the clock again. We are feeling better about we're good at quarterback. Is there a second? There's not a second tight end we need to worry about. We can do that later because we took Kittle. So we need to be thinking about running back. We need to be thinking about wide receiver. Dang, I would have liked Kendre Miller or Marshawn Lloyd on this team. I would have really liked him. This actually, you could definitely argue this is a Nick Chubb team. True. I don't know, guys. Do I take Nick Chubb? Do I take Nick Chubb? Do I take Kamani Vidal? Do I take Jaleel McLaughlin? What do you guys think? Do I take Chubb? I've got like very little Chubb. First comment I read, I will respond to. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do it. I think I'm just gonna take Nick Chubb. He was squatting 600 pounds. All right, there we go. First comment I read, Chubb. ship it. But yeah, I mean, look, it's pretty thin for, I guess you could say, because I've got Moss and Mostert, I've got the early season, I got the early season production taken care of. So maybe I'm just wanting Chubb to get back for week 10 or whatever. And that, I think that, wow, the chat was unanimous on Nick Chubb. They all wanted Chubb. So shout out. I guess I did. Can I can squat like, I guess my max is like 385. So I can't even pretend. And yes, one of these running backs that I wanted there is going to get back around to me. And I got anchor RB. So it's not, I got the anchor RB with Kyron. So it's not a massive deal. Still good. I think backup tight end here we'll do bye weeks. We'll do like Jonnu or Juwan. Juwan should be back by that week 9 bye. Look, the one-handed catch from Ricky Pearsall, bro. Don't play. Do not play with that catch. It is one of the most impressive catches I've ever seen. Yeah, Chubb is ranked ahead. Yeah, I mean, look, I was just doing that exercise with the cheat sheet, and yeah, in the default rankings on all these sites, Chubb is going to be very high. I definitely don't think you want 0 Chubb, because that's a guy who can end your season very early. All right, back on the clock. I mean, I think there's a pretty clear pick here. We're going to take Jaleel McLaughlin. He correlates with Burton. Ship it. I like to get one Denver running back per draft. So we've got. I'm not sweating Michael Wilson, to be honest. If there we go. Sergeant Sweeney got back on me by taking Michael Wilson. To be honest, I'm not sweating it. If Michael Wilson is what I need with this team, you know, it is what it is. No, I wouldn't go that far. Why a Denver running back? Here, I will pull up. I'll pull up this article on RotoViz by Sean Siegel that shows all the potential running back points there. So the deal is basically all of the points in Denver are going to go to the running backs. All right, so where's the money stat? In 17 years, Peyton has never had an offense finish outside the top 5 in receiving expected fantasy points to their backs. By contrast, Russell Wilson had never had a season inside the top 20 until the previous year in Denver, which shows that it's big time about the running back points. Peyton's peak season for rushing back points over average came during the Bush and the Sproul years. The specific talents of individual players will mitigate or amplify overall trends, but the Saints were also +6 receiving expected points when their backs were Ingram, Tim Hightower, and Travaris Cadet. That's all the selling that I need. All right, we are about up on the clock. We need to select. I think this is going to be a 6 running back team, but we do need another wide receiver. We're fine at quarterback. We need another tight end. Could just get Jonnu. I'm just going to get Jonnu out of the way now and be done, because I didn't really care about those wide receivers. So there we go. We take Jonnu a little bit ahead of ADP. It's Jaleel, it's Estime, it's Javonte, it's all of them. It's all. I think they are all firmly. I think they're all firmly part of that. I don't think anyone could say anyone in that backfield can't score receiving fantasy points if Mark Ingram, Tim Hightower, Travaris Cadet, Chris Ivory, if any of those guys could do it, I don't think there's any argument to suggest that, Audric Estime can't do it or Javonte Williams can't do it. All right, through 15 picks, the team is Kyler Murray and Brock Purdy at quarterback, Kyron Williams, Zach Moss, Raheem Mostert, Nick Chubb, and Jaleel McLaughlin at running back. Wide receiver is Amon-Ra St. Brown, Deebo Samuel, Amari Cooper, Jaden Reed, Jalen Polk, Jermaine Burton. So we got the 2 rookies in there with the 4 veterans, and then George Kittle and Jonnu Smith at tight end. So that is how we are looking right now. Ivory was kind of sneaky, to be honest. Yeah, Blake Watson might make the team. Don't count Blake Watson out. Yes. 40% Jonnu from Johnny. I mean, is this a name correlation thing? Are you one letter off for him? I like it as a bet. People forget Jonnu Smith actually was not terrible last year. Wasn't just a thorn in Kyle Pitts' side, and he's definitely a weapon for them to use. But I wouldn't say. I mean, look, I got a bunch of Noah Fant, so it's not like I don't draft any dusty tight ends. All right, we are on the clock. We need to select another wide receiver. You guys can pillory me, but as long as Sergeant Sweeney doesn't take him, I'm just gonna take Greg Dortch. I don't care, because not getting Dortch on this team is terrible. Not getting Dortch on this team would be terrible. Then you'd have unstacked Kyler, or I'd have to take. How much Sutton do I have? That might be a guy I've got. That might be a guy I've got 0 of. Let's go look. Cortland Sutton, $4, 0%. So I guess that means I've got Cortland Sutton on like a what was the $4 ones? Pomeranians? Rico who? Rico who? Who is this? Rico Dowdle? Rico Dowdle's gone. Tell me, Rico Gathers. You gotta tell me who Rico is. I do not know who Rico is. From your lips to no one's ears, I hope that people don't get hip to Audric Estime. Audric Estime is my favorite 18th round pick right now. The chatter is that he might end up being the starting running back, or at least the primary handcuff running back. All right, we need another wide receiver. I don't think I'm going to take Zay Jones. To be honest. By my ranking, it's Slayton. No, by my ranking, it is Zay Jones. God, I don't want to take Zay Jones. That ranking is wrong. That ranking is wrong. I need to Tillman? Sure. I'll take Tillman. Why not? No, I'm gonna take Malik Washington. Because I've already got Amari and I've got Chubb. Is there a Rams bring back? I guess it would be Tutu. You know what? No. I am going to take Zay Jones. How you like that? For balancing my range? I did take Zay Jones. You guys like that? You guys like the last minute plus? Bro, who is Rico? You got to tell me who Rico is. Short King, baby. It's Short King summer. So we're taking Greg Dortch in short. I don't know who that is. I don't know who Demarcus Robinson is. I'm completely unaware. That guy does not come in my ranks. I think I literally actually might have him unranked. Why would you take him? Not going to be me. All right. Real interesting spot. We've got a 2-5-8-2. We're kind of thin at running back with Moss, Mostert, Chubb, and McLaughlin. We're not thin at all at wide receiver. We got Kyler double stacked. We've got Purdy double stacked. I'm either going to take Malik Washington. Estime went. Damn. Correct. Kyler, people are saying that Greg Dortch is going to be the best wide receiver on the I don't have a good bring back. I don't have a good Detroit bring back. Here. I will do the most disgusting. You guys don't even know who this is. You guys literally don't even know who this is. I will do a bring back. I will give you what you're asking for. You guys are about to be utterly surprised. Let's see your furthest scroll the F down bring back here. Are you guys ready to learn ball? Sion Vaki is who we are going to take. It doesn't even have a blurb. Running back 89. How about that? How about you scroll the F down for Sion Vaki? What do you guys know about that? What do you guys know about taking Sion Vaki? That is, I promise you, you're not going to get that on other best ball streamers. I promise you that that Sion Vaki is as legit as it's going to get. Sion Vaki, you guys are about to learn something today. You guys are not aware. Sion Vaki, here's his college football reference page. Safety, right? Oh, Davis, why would you take a he had 7.5 yards per carry, 2 touchdowns, 18.5 yards per receptions and 3 touchdowns. Is that something that you might be interested in? Look at his career. Guy didn't start playing offense, and then randomly, in a win against the University of California, 15 rushing attempts, 158 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Then the next game against USC, you guys might know. You guys might have heard a school called USC. How about 5 for 149 and 2? How about it? Here's the thing. Cody Schrader literally just got drafted second overall in the UFL or in the what is it called now? The UFL draft. Week 17, Gibbs is out. Vaki on kick return and punt return and scores 2 TD to hit your flex. Only one in the Best Ball Mania 5 finals. Here's the thing. It's actually more likely than you would think that Sion Vaki makes the team, because Craig Reynolds is the only other running back there, and he actually has been playing. He like the team likes him. Here's the thing, John Sherwood. I love you. I appreciate you. Sauces are not free. Sauces are not free on the channel. If you want a sauce, you got to do a super chat, or if you are obviously if you are a member of the channel, if you get a membership, you can get a sauce anytime that you would like. Let's look back at this team. I drafted from the 7th hole. I gotta share the stage. All right, I drafted Amon-Ra St. Brown from 7, so got a little bit of a gift there. Got Debo at pick 2, Kyron at 3.7 feels like a gift. Did Amari Cooper and Jaden Reed. Got Kittle to correlate. Got Kyler as the bring back, quote unquote. Not really. With Kyron. Did Moss and Mostert. Mostert as the bring back to the Cleveland guys. Purdy double stacked. Polk and Burton as the rookie upside guys. Nick Chubb kind of did it against my will, but it's fine. Jaleel McLaughlin, Denver running back every draft. Jonnu Smith bring back. Greg Dortch and Zay Jones. And then the all-time pick, Sion Vaki. 5-hole, you want a sauce? You are going to get a sauce. Peak monster. You got gifted Tyreek. You took Devontae Adams in hopes. You're either hoping he gets traded or hoping he doesn't get traded. DJ Moore. I mean, look, anytime that you can take the 3rd wide receiver, the Chicago Bears, you got to do it. T. Higgins, I mean, I guess you're just hoping that his game doesn't get canceled in week 17 or that he decides to play. Chess Liam's favorite player there. Anytime you can take 2 Bills uncorrelated without Josh Allen, you simply got to do it. JSN, I suppose that you're hoping he gets covered by a running back for most of the season the way he did in his only good college game. Cortland Sutton, time to learn touchdown regression, buddy. You got Joe Burrow and T. Higgins, noted my least favorite stack in the entirety of Best Ball Mania. Trey Benson, I mean, I suppose the reports about him being behind Michael Carter, I think you're doing the reverse of buying the dip. Chase Brown, where do you get your ideas? Jerome Ford, I mean, we literally got to see him be the man last year, and being the man came with a ceiling of 18.3 half PPR points. Anytime that you can buy the absolute piss steam on Noah Fant when he's been an 18th round pick, you simply got to do it. Bucky Irving, Braylon Allen, where do you get your ideas? Classic Rodgers situation. Rodgers without Garrett Wilson. I guess you're simply living in a fictional universe where Devontae Adams gets traded to the Jets. I mean, that's pretty funny. I will absolutely hand it to you there. That is incredibly funny. I commend you for that. That is absolutely hilarious. Sion Vaki though, I legit think he is gonna make the team. All of the Google News reports are, look at him, how they plan to unlock him, impresses at practice, how he won over the Lions running back coach during pre-draft visits, why the Detroit Lions view Sion Vaki as a running back. He looks so natural. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Sion Vaki is the single reason that Dalton Kincaid is a first-round pick. Think about it. Expand your mind, bro. Slime Santana is on it. David says, I've really been into the ship chasing podcast. I like your hot takes, but I think all of you guys are way too low on the Buccaneers as a fantasy team this season. You know, I got to say, I don't disagree. I think this is wrong. I think the Buccaneers are probably likely to be bad. I think that Dave Canales kind of came in, helped a pretty bad team. And, you know, I think that I think the Buccaneers are probably going to be a relatively below average team. But look, I've been wrong before, and I plan to be wrong again in the future. Does anyone want a sauce? If there's no saucing, I'm probably going to get out of here relatively. Yeah, that's the thing. I guess we just don't really talk about the Buccaneers. Before I get out of here, I do want to remind you guys about the Patreon, patreon.com/Davis Mattek. Did a podcast with Leone yesterday. You get bonus episodes of the Tate Cast. You get, obviously you get underdog rankings. These are updated, that Google sheet right there. Lots of bonus stuff, fantasy football mailbags, fantasy football articles, all of the good stuff. Often in error, never in doubt. I mean, that should be the name of the channel. Willis is awesome. Absolutely shout out to you, Willis. I can't wait to see you in Discord. Thank you for hanging out. You are the man, the unofficial mayor of fantasy football. Willis is awesome. Is a really good dude. When am I streaming again? Well, it's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be Saturday or Sunday. I am going to Chicago with my wife. We are going to go do some family stuff there. And I will definitely be live on Tuesday. I will definitely be live on Thursday. I think I'll probably do college football Monday then. Monday and Wednesday. Maybe even Tuesday morning. And yeah, sure, Benny, you're right. I think being in on the cheaper bucks is fine. I don't think that you are wrong. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. What's your Chicago pizza goat? You know, I'm a simple man. I love Lou Malnati's. Lou Malnati's. I don't know if I would say the GOAT. You know, I wouldn't say I'm 100% informed enough to be able to say the GOAT, but I do love Lou Malnati's. But I'm gonna go have my lunch, gonna go get some protein, and then I'm gonna go work on an article for the Patreon about some of the backfields that I'm targeting in fantasy football. I appreciate all of you. I love all of you. Thank you for allowing me to attempt to live my dream. And I will be back on Tuesday morning. Tuesday at noon.